For years, this young man endured endless humiliation from his wife's wealthy family. He married her when his own family was still wealthy, but his mother-in-law, Chu Tan, despises him, viewing him as a weak, talentless nobody. Then there is Ming Hao. Chu Tan openly regrets not realizing how gifted this family friend really was, wishing she had married her daughter to him instead, but Ming Hao is a snake. He despises Qin Li just as much, even offering cash to make him divorce Chu Qingyin. What they do not know is that Qin Li has been training hard for the last 10 years, keeping his development a secret, and today, his moment of reckoning finally arrives. His dormant powers are officially unlocked. Right on day one, Ming Hao tries to insult him. Immediately, Qin Li grabs his hand and crushes it, proving he is no pushover. He warns him to say his name right. It is Qin Lei, the mother-in-law. Stares in absolute shock. Neither she nor her sister-in-law had ever seen this side. Ming Hao is furious, but cannot even speak with his hand being utterly crushed. Chu Tan is ready to launch an attack, but her phone suddenly rings. It is bad news from the company. A major crisis has just struck. Qin Li listens carefully. His wife works there, so this disaster probably involves her. He snatches the phone to demand answers, leaving Chu Tan completely frozen in shock. Before today, Chu Tan was always arrogant and spoiled, constantly showing off her wealth. She publicly humiliated Qin Li, treating him like an ordinary personal chauffeur. But today, his quiet confidence is deeply intimidating. In a panic, Chu Tan begs Ming Hao to handle the situation because the police have raided their shop. Though secretly nervous, Ming Hao boasts that his powerful political friends will resolve it. At the Sky Eagle Company, a woman screams and points at Chu Qingyin, blaming her for ruining her face and promising she will pay dearly for it. While Chu Qingyin stands in silent shock, the victim demands $1 million. That is an insane sum. Ming Hao steps in and loudly argues that cosmetic side effects are normal and she should know better than to blame the company. But the woman sneers back, revealing that the city mayor is her direct cousin. She dares him to keep talking. Hearing this, Ming Hao instantly freezes up. He completely chickens out, terrified by her massive political backing, and begins to shake. He stammers that this is no longer his business, but then Qin Li arrives. Everything changes as he boldly promises to fully restore her face in 10 minutes. His wife is the only person who actually cares for him, yet even she is stunned. Ming Hao glares with pure hatred, but Qin Li pays him no mind. Exhausted, Chu Qingyin begs her husband not to cause any more trouble. But looking stronger than ever, he assures her he is a changed man. You just know Ming Hao is desperately praying for this to backfire on him. The onlookers whisper, wondering what a useless nobody could possibly achieve. Then Qin Li declares loud and clear that he will heal her face. Naturally, she does not believe him, calling it a desperate lie, but Qin Li raises the stakes. If he fails, he will slice off his own manhood. The woman laughs, warning him not to complain when she holds him to it. She accepts, but his wife is horrified. After all, that precious part of him belongs to her too, pulling her close. He explains what caused the chemical burns and asks for her help preparing the medicine. Though she trusts him, Qin Li admits there is still no absolute guarantee of success. He warned Qin Li that he would show absolutely no mercy if he dragged Qingyin Chu into his mess. Soon after, she handed him a package and told him to take whatever he needed for the cure. But she made it clear her family wouldn't take the blame. Qin Li knew they wouldn't help, but he wasn't that helpless, mute boy anymore. No more being at their mercy, he went right ahead and prepared the pack. Once the special facial treatment was ready, he confidently asked her to try it. She started applying the mixture, warning him of severe consequences if he lied. He calmly assured her it would work and even helped her apply it. With the pack fully applied, she immediately headed to the washroom to wait. The crowd whispered about his nerve. Honestly, would you risk your face? But it actually works. Liu Wan happily runs out of the washroom. asking him how on earth he pulled off such a miracle. Everyone was blown away, and Lu Minghao couldn't believe his eyes. A bystander gasped in absolute shock that he actually cured her. Nearby, a man in a white shirt mumbled, questioning his healing skills. Qing Yin Chu stepped in, demanding to know how he did it. He simply explained that he had studied some basic medicine back in school. Liu Wan then rushed up, eagerly asking if he could cure other illnesses. He replied that he would need to examine the patient first. She explained that her uncle's medical condition was extremely complicated. She offered him 500,000 won if he could save him. He accepted the deal, but Qing Yin Chu thought he was completely insane. She stood in his way, begging him to stop. Now, here's the real test. She reminded him that a life-threatening illness is nothing like a simple pimple. He just brushed her off, completely confident in his medical skills. She pushed further, warning him of the massive fallout if he failed. And the Chu family wouldn't lift a finger to help. He walked away, confidently stating that he would take full responsibility for his actions. He wouldn't bother them if things went south, no regrets. Later at Yongqing Hospital, Mayor Liu Yung spoke with the doctor. The mayor desperately asked if there were any possible treatments left. The doctor sighed. The patient's condition had gotten far worse. An operation now would be extremely risky. Just then, Liu Wan arrived. She asked Liu Yung how her uncle was holding up. He replied that things were terrible and Dr. Mike was inside. She then introduced Qin Lei as a brilliant Chinese doctor. She claimed he was incredibly skilled and could definitely cure her uncle. But Liu Yung scoffed. He immediately questioned his credentials. The boy looked barely 20, so he demanded to see his medical license. Qin Li apologized, quietly admitting that he didn't actually have a license. Liu Yung snapped, refusing to let an unlicensed rookie near his father. Embarrassed, Liu Wan apologized and gently asked Qin Li to leave. But right at that moment, a nurse frantically burst out of the room. She warned them that the patient's condition had taken a sudden, terrible turn. Rushing him to the emergency room immediately, both Liu Yung and Liu Wan were left completely stunned by the news. Not long after, Liu Yung stood by his father's side as the older man clung to life. Desperate for hope, he asked Dr. Mike about his father's current status. The doctor looked remorseful, admitting they had done everything humanly possible. Liu Wan approached Liu Yung once more, begging him to let Qin Li examine her uncle. Maybe there was a chance he could cure him, but Liu Yung immediately shut her down. There was no way he would trust his father's life to a random stranger. The guy lacked a medical license, even if Dr. Mike called the situation almost hopeless. Yet Qin Li insisted there was still time to save him before it was too late. If they hesitated now, he would die, but Liu Yung coldly ordered him to get out. That was when Qin Li threw down a challenge, asking if he was brave enough to make a bet. Liu Yung sneered, asking if a peasant like him could even afford the stakes. If the father survived, Liu Yung had to apologize. If he died, Qin Li would go to jail. Furious, Liu Yung screamed at him, demanding to know what right he had to be here. He ordered him to leave immediately, while Liu Wan quickly apologized to Qin Li for the chaos. She begged him to go, and Qin Li agreed to leave, but warned her they would regret this decision. Outside, Qing Yinchu had been listening to every single word of their intense argument. She mocked Qin Li, asking if he was happy now that he had made a complete fool of himself. He simply shrugged, and without another word, the two of them walked out of the hospital. And just like that, the father's vitals suddenly begin to plummet. Liu Yung panicked, screaming at the doctor to explain why his father was seizing like that. The doctor frantically ordered a defibrillator, but deep down, they all knew it was useless. The monitor flatlined. The older man was gone, leaving the doctor to offer his quiet condolences. There was nothing left to do. Utterly devastated, Liu Yung broke down in bitter tears. Guilt crushed him as he realized he would never get to repay his father's kindness. But watch this, Qin Li bursts back inside, ordering everyone to clear out. He declared he could still save the man and immediately began unleashing his healing technique. Liu Yong recalled ancient medical secrets he once learned from an immortal. He wondered if he had completely misjudged this youth, who was now radiating an intense power. Qinli swiftly drove his acupuncture needles into the old man's body. Seconds later, the father coughed up dark blood, but miraculously opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, the survivor gasped, while the head doctor stood frozen in pure shock. Shocked by the miracle, Liu Yong rushed directly to his father. He was overjoyed to see him awake, and Liu Wan wept with immense relief. Gently touching her face, the father softly apologized for causing them so much worry. Qinli tried to quietly slip away, but Liu Yong dropped to his knees and called out to him. He was deeply ashamed of ever doubting the genius who had just saved his father. Qinli turned back, telling him not to sweat it, he only did it for the bet. He assured the family that the patient was fully stable and would recover soon. Liu Wan apologized for their earlier hostility and asked for his bank account details. She needed to transfer the promised $500,000. Qinli accepted. He promised to send his details later, before leaving the room to endless praise. Outside, Qing Yinchu sternly warned him never to take such insane risks again. Dismissing it, Qinli realized he had left a bad impression on her. Meanwhile, a man named Luing Hao quietly watched this entire scene unfold from afar. The air is thick with anger. Back home, Han Yinggu immediately pulls her daughter aside. She asks if the wild scene today scared her, but the girl just shakes her head. It is all over now, she says. Qinli tries to escape to his room, but Han Yinggu blocks him, snapping that he needs to clean up the entire house right now. He silently nods. Qing Yang sighs, muttering that she is exhausted, and heads to bed. He quietly gets to work when he finally finishes and steps into his bedroom and stops dead. There she is, waiting on his bed, in her tight sleepwear, leaving him totally frozen, assuming she is just stretching. She looks up, mentioning that she heard Chuetin calling him a total weirdo. Qinli exhales slowly, explaining that he was simply changing his clothes in his room when the girl accidentally barged in on him. She lets out a heavy, tired sigh. She asks if that is truly everything. He nods, and she quietly warns him to be careful. Because Chuetin has a nasty temper, but there is a family dinner tomorrow. He must attend. The sudden invitation completely catches him off guard, but he agrees. As she finishes her yoga routine, she quietly murmurs how exhausted she is and thanks him. Soon, the dreaded night of the massive family dinner finally arrives for them. Everyone is busy greeting one another. Qing Yang's father announces this is the family's first official gathering of the entire year, and they all eagerly take their seats while Qinli silently watches Chu Gikin, wondering what kind of malicious scheme she is plotting. Right on cue, Chu Gikin leans over to ask Qing Yang when she plans on having babies. Qing Yang calmly replies that they are simply not ready for children yet. But Chu Gikin refuses to drop it, lecturing her to start while she is young. Qing Yang simply nods, doing her absolute best to keep the conversation polite. Then Chu Gikin proudly gestures to her own son-in-law, Cheng Wen, bragging about the absolute peace he brings her, making a very pointed effort to compare his success to lazy, talentless men who rely entirely on their wives. Cheng Wen accepts the praise modestly. Han Yinggu quickly chimes in, praising him even more by proudly highlighting his highly respected, stable job. Cheng Wen then stands up, holding a premium red box, and presents a gift to Qing Yang's father to celebrate their first big gathering together. The father accepts, warmly telling him there is no need for such gestures. He opens the box, gasping in surprise at the stunning blue and white porcelain. Cheng Wen explains how much effort went into finding it. His uncle loves rare antiques, so he spent $30,000 on this piece. The jaw-dropping price tag of this extravagant gift leaves Qing Yang's father completely speechless. Qinli, however, stares at the bowl and instantly senses an intense, creeping evil aura. This is no ordinary replica. It was dug straight out of a tomb, thoroughly soaked in cursed, deadly yin energy. Chungwen then smirks, loudly asking if Chinli brought a gift along too. He begins to mock Chinli openly, making sure everyone knows that he is totally dependent on his wife and probably does not have a single dime. He even suggests Chinli should work as a garbage collector in one of his local departments, claiming it does not pay much, but at least offers a monthly salary of $1,000. This is the last straw. Qing Yank snaps back furious. No matter his financial situation, Chinli is family, and Cheng Wen must shut his mouth. Cheng Wen just chuckles, mockingly saying he pitied her for marrying such a loser. A husband who can't even afford a basic gift. Suddenly, Chinli stands up. He calmly explains he was in a rush and didn't have time to bring anything. Cheng Wen gasps in shock, completely stunned to hear the mute actually speak. But before he can recover, Cheng Wen's wife chimes in with her own nasty insults. She sneers that Chin Lai is still a useless loser, even if he can talk now. But Chin Li fires right back. Any gift he brings would be far better. Far better than that cheap, fake bowl her precious husband just handed over. Cheng Wen snaps, furiously insisting he spent a fortune on that piece. $30,000 to be exact. Chui Chin immediately jumps in to attack. She claims Chin Li is too poor to buy anything, let alone talk trash. But Chin Li stands his ground. A fake is a fake, regardless of the price. Insulted, Cheng Wen yells that Chin Li is nothing but a dirty liar. He mocks the trash son-in-law for even questioning the valuable gift. Certain that nobody here can spot a counterfeit, Cheng Wen demands a real test. Qing Yang's father stepped in, telling Chin Li to shut his mouth. Chui Chin scolds him for being incredibly rude and clearly jealous of his brother-in-law. His wife Qing Yang begs him to stop creating such an embarrassing scene. She pleads with him to show some respect to their wealthy brother-in-law. But Chin Li refuses to back down. The bowl is completely fake. Qing Yang whispers that even if it is a fake, the gesture still matters. She desperately reminds him that today is a crucial family banquet. But right then the doors swing open. Mayor Liu arrives with Huang Mao. The mayor immediately asks about the commotion, curious to see this alleged counterfeit. Cheng Wen practically drools with excitement, rushing forward to greet the powerful politician. He expresses how incredibly honored he is, extending a hand to shake the mayor's. He flatters him, stammering that he never expected the mayor to recognize him. He starts boasting and introducing the family, but Mayor Liu completely ignores him. Leaving him hanging, the mayor walks straight past him and approaches Chin Li. The mayor beams, calling it a wonderful coincidence and warmly thanking him for yesterday. But Chin Li just shrugs it off, saying it was no big deal. Confused, Cheng Wen interrupts, claiming this guy is a mute and there is a mistake. The mayor freezes. His warm smile instantly turns into a cold, furious glare. He demands to know who this arrogant kid thinks he is to speak so rudely. Shaking, Cheng Wen stammers out his title as the newly appointed section chief. Ignoring the title completely, the mayor turns back to Chin Li to ask for details. Chin Li smiles, calmly explaining they were just discussing a certain antique bowl. Specifically, whether this piece is a masterpiece or a worthless pile of junk. Chin Li points to the blue and white bowl, asking the expert to judge. He gestures to Huang Mao, inviting the renowned specialist to examine the piece closely. Huang Mao admits he has not appraised many antiques lately. Still, blue and white ceramics are his specialty, and this coloring looks incredibly genuine. Hearing this, Cheng Wen instantly smirks, fully confident his big purchase is authentic. He boasts about the massive sum he spent, smugly looking down on Chin Li. But Chin Li just smirks back, ready to deliver a brutal reality check. He asked Huang Mao, did he also believe this bowl was actually a genuine original? Huang Mao instantly snapped. Was Chin Li really questioning his sharp eye and calling it fake? Is it not? Chin Li calmly asked, leaving Huang Mao to explain the mayor's praise. He confirmed the truth. Yes, this piece was indeed a highly sophisticated forgery. From afar, the blue and white bowl looked real. Close up, it was different. Clear signs of forgery ruined it. Still, the detailed design was incredibly well done. But it lacked elegance. That made it nothing more than a high-quality imitation. Worse yet, he believed it was a cursed object, taken directly from a grave. A dead man's curse. Chu Guiqin immediately turned and fiercely questioned Cheng Wen. How could he present such trash? Cheng Wen stammered in complete confusion. He honestly had no idea. Huang Mao simply complimented Qin Li's incredibly sharp eye. The imitation was outstanding. He suggested they grab a celebratory drink together later. Mayor Liu Yong agreed. He warmly invited the young man to be his guest. The mayor had actually been looking for Qin Li to discuss some private business. Qin Li told his family to keep eating. He promised to return very soon. Meanwhile, Chui Qian leaned over to Hinjing Chu with a proud smile. Her son-in-law was tight with the mayor, vastly superior to that useless Cheng Wen. Hinjing Chu nodded. They had kept quiet before to avoid ruining any relationships. But now, the high and mighty Mayor Liu Yong had personally visited them. Qin Li got straight to the point, asking the mayor what he wanted. The mayor sighed. His father, whom Qin Li previously cured, was terribly sick again. The sudden relapse occurred right after the old man visited his family home. Then his wife, kids, and even himself fell ill. Doctors found nothing. No medical explanation existed. The mayor desperately begged Qin Li to check his pulse. Qin Li agreed. He placed his fingers gently onto Mayor Liu Yong's wrist. He read the pulse. Instantly, his darkest, quiet suspicions were completely confirmed. He stood up to leave. The anxious mayor quickly asked what he discovered. Qin Li told him to relax. He knew exactly how to handle this curse. He promised to visit the mayor's estate right after dinner. He would fix everything. The mayor agreed to wait at home. Later, Qin Li helped load the car. He patiently tolerated rude insults from Qing Yun, Chu's incredibly drunk father. He told the others to go on ahead, stepping out of the car. Once they drove off, he pulled up his phone. The target was marked. Just when things seemed calm, Liu Minghao and his thugs blocked his path. Liu Minghao sneered. Fate brought them together again, and today he would pay. I will send you to hell, he yelled, calling Qin Li worthless trash. If Qin Li cut off both of his hands right now, they might let him go. Qin Li stared back with utter indifference. Oh, it is just you, he murmured. Liu Minghao laughed. He ordered his thugs to show absolutely no mercy. He offered $50,000 for just one of Qin Li's severed hands. But Qin Li dismantled them instantly. Liu Minghao froze, completely paralyzed with shock. This made no sense. How could this ordinary trash suddenly be so powerful? Qin Li slowly pointed a finger. He quietly gestured for him to step closer. Screaming in absolute terror, Liu Minghao turned and fled into the night. Qin Li sighed, checking his map and heading toward the mayor's estate. As soon as he arrived, he rang the bell, and Mayor Liu Yong opened the door immediately. The mayor mentioned he had been waiting ages for Qin Li and quickly invited him inside. Once indoors, the mayor hurried him toward a back room. This seemed pretty serious. Qin Li followed closely anyway, soon stepping into a pitch-black room. The panicked mayor frantically asked what was happening, explaining that Xiao Jai was sick again. Suddenly, a woman screamed that the young boy was floating right off the bed. Qin Li stood frozen in shock at the sight while the mayor wept, begging him for help. He told them to remain calm, promising he would do whatever it took to save him. Wait, look at that. A creepy dark shadow was looming directly behind the boy. Channeling his energy, he broke the levitation, sending Xiao Jai collapsing back onto the mattress. The frantic parents rushed forward, but Qin Li barked a warning for them to stay back. This dark energy was still hidden deep inside the boy, meaning he must force it out. Suddenly, Liu Yong's wife lost her mind, grabbing Qin Li's collar in a fit of rage. She screamed that he was useless trash, threatening his life if their son died. Quiet down, he was already sensing a dark energy infecting the room. If the parents got infected, things would get incredibly ugly, so he deployed his needles. Within seconds, Shiro Jai opened his eyes, weakly calling out for his mother. She ran to hold him, while Chinli reassured them the danger had passed. But they still had to find the source of this wicked curse before it struck again. The mayor asked where it could be, while Chinli knelt down to inspect the floor. He asked if they had brought home any incredibly weird items or received unusual gifts recently. Liu Yong insisted everything was normal, though they did receive one unusual new item. Someone had gifted them a pair of stone lions, placing one right by the main entrance. Chinli dashed straight for the front door, leaving the confused mayor shouting after him. Stopping right in front of the stone lion, Chinli immediately felt a foul energy. Reaching deep inside the statue's mouth, he pulled out a small, odd-looking rock. The mayor looked highly skeptical, asking if that tiny pebble was really causing all this. Chinli explained that this rock was laced with a highly dangerous curse. Sitting by the door, its toxic influence slowly drained everyone who walked past it. A deadly curse, left any longer, they would have died. Liu Yong's wife approached quietly, bowing her head to apologize for her earlier outburst. Chinli brushed it off, saying all that mattered was that the boy was safe. Extremely grateful, the mayor offered to have his personal driver take Chinli back home. But just as he was preparing to leave, the mayor stopped him with an unexpected idea. He asked if Chinli would be open to running his very own medical clinic. Seeing Chinli's surprise, the mayor explained he would fund the entire thing as thanks. He accepted. A clinic would allow him to treat way more patients. It was a great opportunity, and he knew his parents would be incredibly proud. During the drive back, Chinli suddenly barked at the chauffeur to pull over immediately. The confused driver slammed on the brakes, only to spot a gorgeous woman standing alone by the road. It was Ching Yin Chu, standing alone on the dark curb late at night. The driver smirked, praising Chinli's excellent taste in beautiful ladies. Suddenly, another gorgeous girl arrived, wearing a stunning black dress that turned heads on the street. She apologized for being late. Chinli figured they were just friends meeting up. He wondered if he was overthinking things, but then the two ladies did something unexpected. They hug and kiss. He stands frozen, wondering if she replaced him with a woman. As the girls head inside a bar, the driver laughs and makes another joke. He laughs about Chinli's terrible luck, but Chinli just mutters that it is not what he thinks. Inside the bar, the girl in the black dress orders a bottle of their best wine. She pours a glass, gushing to Ching Yunchu about how much she missed her as they sit down. Ching Yunchu sighs, admitting that work stress has been completely eating her alive lately. Her friend tells her to forget the bad stuff and just have fun tonight. Ching Yunchu agrees, proposing they both get completely wasted as they raise their glasses. The friend clinks her glass, bringing up Ching Yunchu's nightmare of a life. She brings up the massive pressure to escape that forced marriage. Offering a sweet apology, she keeps pouring and urges her to drink up. Before long, Ching Yunchu drinks way too much and completely blackouts. Seizing the moment, the snake of a friend hauls her to a room where Liu Minghao waits. He drags the unconscious Ching Yunchu onto the bed, whispering for her not to blame him. Once the door clicks shut, Liu Minghao locks it and creeps toward the defenseless woman. He mutters that she forced his hand by refusing to divorce that absolute trash husband. Pulling out his phone, he starts recording, ready to take full advantage of her. But just as things are about to go horribly wrong, a heavy knock rattles the door. He demands to know who it is, and Chinli claims to be hotel security. Angry at the sudden interruption, he rips the door open only to freeze in horror. Standing there is Chinli, dragging the knocked-out friend behind him. Stuttering, he asks how Chinli got here and begs him not to misunderstand. He panics, claiming Ching Yunchu was just drunk and he was only looking out for her. Chinli doesn't say a word, just delivers a brutal punch that sends him flying back. Looming over the bleeding wreck, Chinli coldly asks how he would like to die. The coward drops to his knees, groveling and begging for his life. He swears on his life he will never show his face around them ever again. He promises to change, whining that Chinli's punch already made him cough up blood. Chinli just stares down at him, telling him to get lost and never return. The bastard stammers a thank you, but as he scrambles past, he suddenly lunges. He tries to strike Chinli from behind, screaming for him to go to hell. Chinli easily catches his wrist, noting he already gave him 2 free passes. Since he refuses to learn, he only has himself to blame for what comes next. Channeling his needle power, Chinli knocks him out cold and kicks him into the hall. Shutting the door, he looks at Ching Yunchu, glad he decided to follow her today. He gently applies his special needle treatment to her hand, waiting for the cure. Her eyes flutter open, and he asks how she is feeling now that she is awake. She mumbles in confusion, then suddenly sits up and slaps him right across the face. He rubs his cheek, protesting that he just saved her life and asking why she did that. She glares, accusing him of trying to take advantage of her while she was out. Looking down at her torn, messy dress, she scoffs at his pathetic excuses. She snaps that she won't believe a word. Sighing, he stands up to leave. He tells her he touched nothing, whether she believes him or not, and walks out. The door clicks shut, but she keeps screaming out insults in pure rage. Later, Chinli is cooling off in a nearby park when his phone suddenly rings. The phone rings, he picks up and Liuan asks for Chinli. He instantly recognizes her voice and confirms that yes, it is him. Liuan then asks why. She is calling so late, wondering if he has any more of that healing ointment. She wants another batch, but this time, with some skin-whitening effects mixed in. Chinli asks how many bottles she needs, since he has to prepare the ingredients. She wants to start with 200, promising that $2 million will be sent straight to his account. Chinli agrees, telling her it is no problem at all, though the medicine really does not cost that much. Liuan explains she heard from his cousin that he needs cash to open a medical clinic. So she is more than happy to sponsor him. He smiles, grateful for her massive support. Meanwhile, Chu Yanchu gets home and sits waiting for Chinli to return. The clock strikes 1 a.m. She looks at the time, wondering what is keeping him. Is he staying out because he is upset about their misunderstanding earlier today? Right as those thoughts cross her mind, the door opens and he steps inside. He tries to slip quietly to his room, but she catches him and asks what took so long. He simply replies that he had work to finish. Flustered, she tells him to just ignore her question. She struggles to find other words, and Chinli asks what is wrong with her tonight. He can sense something is off as he heads toward his bedroom. Chu Yanchu is incredibly stressed, convinced she is about to be fired from her job. Some jealous colleagues apparently kept complaining about her to the upper management. The bosses have already warned her, basically pushing her to resign. Chinli tries to calm her down, saying she will manage even if she leaves. But she remains deeply worried, wondering how they will survive if she loses her income. Finding a decent new job these days is almost impossible, and she has a family to support. Chinli sits on the couch and sips his tea. He asks if she remembers his time at the hospital treating the mayor's father. She nods. He then explains that he helped the mayor's family once again. In return for his help, they offered him a brand new medical clinic. He has also saved up quite a bit from his patients, so she could help him run it. He gently tells her there is no need to stress. She starts to consider the clinic idea. Hearing his comforting words brings her an unexpected sense of relief. Before heading upstairs to sleep, he mentions the clinic will take some time to set up. He suggests she take her time thinking it over and let him know her decision. Alone in the living room, she realizes she owes him a sincere thank you. She quietly admits to herself that she completely misjudged him and wants to apologize. The next morning, a loud knock at the Chu family front door wakes Chinli up. He heads downstairs, ready to handle whoever is causing trouble at this hour. He swings the door open to find Tan Zijian, their old college classmate, standing there. Without even waiting for an invitation, she pushes right past him and walks inside. She immediately starts complaining about Chu Yanchu being married to him. She sneers, calling Chu Yanchu a beautiful flower wasted on a useless toad. Chinli sighs inwardly, knowing her arrival always brings absolute chaos. She was a massive headache back in college, and clearly nothing has changed. She yells out for Chu Yanchu, demanding she hurry up so they can leave. Soon they are on the road with Chinli driving while the two women sit in the back. Chin Yanchu asks where they are heading, but Tan Zijian tells her she will find out soon. Once they arrive, she points to a spot, and Chin Li pulls the car right up. It is a massive building. Tan Zijian explains this elite auction is only for the ultra-wealthy. This tower is the tallest in the city, then she quickly grabs their entry pass. After handing the entry pass to the guard, she mentions their driver is coming inside too. They step inside. As they walk, she explains the most thrilling part of the event. It is a stone gambling auction, where you either strike it rich or lose absolutely everything. Gesturing toward the display of stones, Tan Zijian lines in and whispers to him. She tells him to buy a stone for Chin Yanchu. He says he will if she wants. Just then, the auctioneer takes the stage and announces the bidding is officially open. The first up is a lapis lazuli stone, prompting Tan Zijian to tell Chin Yanchu to watch. But Chin Li is completely drawn to a different, strange rock standing nearby. It reacts to his energy. Drawn to it, he moves closer to touch the surface. Meanwhile, Tan Zijian whispers to Chin Yanchu that Chin Li promised her a precious gem. They should test him. If he is lying, she swears she is going to end him. Chin Yanchu tries to calm her down, looking around to see where he went. He is actually holding the stone, asking the salesgirl how much it costs. She shrugs, explaining it is just worthless leftover scrap, offering it cheap to him. It is only 100 yuan. Chin Li quickly pulls some cash from his pocket. He hands the money over, telling her to go ahead and cut the stone open. Tan Zijian cannot believe he is actually buying trash from the scrap pile. It is just classic behavior from him, but honestly, it is deeply embarrassing to watch. She wonders how he ever expects to open a proper medical clinic. She raises her voice, demanding to know why he is playing with cheap cash. But as the assistant begins slicing the stone, her eyes suddenly go wide with shock. It is done. The inside of the stone is completely, vibrantly green. A crowd immediately gathers, murmuring in absolute awe at the rich color. Everyone agrees this is the ultimate bargain bin miracle, a total stroke of luck. People immediately start shouting offers, but Chin Li insists he already paid. He tells them to back off. One man offers 300,000 yuan on the spot. Another bidder immediately counters with an offer of 500,000 yuan. Just then Tan Lao steps forward, Tan Zijian's father and head of Tan Jewelry. He declares that this raw gemstone is easily worth at least 500,000 yuan. He asks Chin Li for his name, introducing himself as the city's undisputed Jade King. With a confident grin, Tan Lao offers a staggering 5 million yuan. Chin Li calmly replies that he bought it for his wife. So they must ask her. Tan Zijian is completely stunned by his attitude. She asks her father if he is serious. Honestly, who wouldn't be shocked by that cash? Chin Yanchu looks at the jade, offering a warm, polite smile. She says premium jade belongs in the hands of someone who truly understands its real worth. She gracefully adds that meeting the legendary Jade King of Yongqing is an absolute honor. Tan Lao chuckles, praising her for being incredibly eloquent and polite. He promises a check will be sent, then asks to examine the stone. Chin Li casually hands the glowing gemstone over to him without hesitation. He shrugs, calling it nothing more than an ordinary piece of rock. Chin Yanchu quickly cuts in, insisting the stone is highly valuable. Since an expert like Tan Lao selected it, there is no way it is ordinary. Tan Lao laughs. Jade is really just a simple stone. Real or fake, you can only truly tell by looking deep inside. His daughter Tanzi Jian steps up, telling Chin Li he is clearly a beginner. He is only gambling today, relying entirely on dumb luck. Since this rock is her father's favorite, she warns him to watch out. An appraiser walks out. Hold on, the results are finally in. The stone is declared completely worthless, leaving Tansy Giant utterly stunned. She demands to know how her legendary father could ever make a mistake. But Tanlo calmly steps in, admitting that Chinli was actually correct. He mentions that Tony Jewelry is always looking for real talent. If Chinli is interested, he is welcome to join them and try. Before the young man can decline, Tanlo raises a hand to stop him. He tells him to think it over and give his answer another day. Tansy Giant asks her father if he is really serious about this. He just smiles and asks what she thinks. Later, they drive home. Chin Yanchu is behind the wheel, asking where he learned stone appraisal. He casually replies that anyone can pick it up from reading books. He offers to teach her before sliding a massive check into her hands. But she tosses it aside, demanding to know if he has been faking. Why did he spend years acting like a helpless mute and a total loser? She demands to know when he is finally going to take her out again. Next Saturday, he promises. She silently complains that he is completely oblivious. He fails to see she just wants attention. Suddenly, old memories resurface. Chinli remembers an old master giving him a mysterious ancient book. He told Chinli that practicing this art would make him famous within 10 years. But first, he had to seal his chi to build up his inner energy. That seal was his destiny, and the rest was up to him. The old man promised they would meet again when the time came. Back in the present, Chinli reassures her that he never meant to deceive. She cuts him off, asking why he even agreed to marry her. He looks at her, asking if she really forgot how they met. A flashback shows a group of local thugs picking on a defenseless Chinli. They poured hot soup over his head while laughing at his food. Unable to fight back, he was saved when Chin Yanchu stepped in. She kicked the bully away and scolded him for picking on the weak. Back in the present, she softly admits that she finally remembers. He nods, admitting he was genuinely happy when she proposed after graduation. Even though he knew he was just being used as a shield. She asks if he ever hated her for dragging him into this. How could he ever resent her after everything she did for him? The Chu family never wronged him, and she will always be his wife. Her heart flutters, wondering why his words make her feel this way. He quickly changes the subject, inviting her to his new clinic tomorrow. She asks if he is joking, but Chinli is dead serious. Saving lives is not some simple joke, and he tells her not to stress. He is only treating common sicknesses. Still, Yanchu turns her face away. She mutters that if things go wrong, nobody will go to jail for him. Chinli sighs. Why is it so hard to see she actually cares? The scene shifts. It is the opening day of Chinli's medical clinic. Chui Chin whispers that the family found a surprisingly decent son-in-law. She admits she never even knew the boy was a doctor. Her husband chuckles, warning that even with a clinic, he better not scam people. Yanchu's father steps right in, urging the relatives to calm down. He explains that his son-in-law is a man of many hidden secrets. Chinli saved Mayor Liu's family recently, and because of that, the mayor practically forced this clinic on them. They really could not refuse. He invites everyone inside for tea, but the smug Chung Wen sneers. Chung Wen confronts Chinli, asking if he honestly believes he is untouchable just because of the mayor. He mocks Chinli's sheer audacity to open a clinic, calling him insane. Chinli calmly asks how running a clinic could possibly endanger people. Chung Wen snaps back, warning Chinli not to forget his actual place. You are in my territory, remember your past shame. But just then, the powerful Mayor Liu suddenly arrives at the scene. He greets Chinli, offering congratulations on his new clinic. Liu Wen joins in, and Chinli politely thanks them. The relatives stand frozen in utter shock at the mayor's sudden visit. Chung Wen remembers their tense meeting at the banquet and feels a deep, boiling resentment. He cannot comprehend why the mayor would personally support Chinli. Liu Wen praises the clinic setup and Chinli welcomes them inside. Yanchu quietly mocks the silent Cheng Wen, who was talking big just moments ago. He is completely speechless now, but suddenly a frantic cry rings out. A desperate voice from outside begs for help to save his dying boy. Mayor Liu asks what is happening as everyone rushes out to check. A frantic father clutches his pale, silent boy, screaming out. Chinli steps forward immediately, shouting for the crowd to clear a path. He inspects the dying child, while Yanchu begs the father to rush him to a real hospital. The father-in-law agrees, doubting if Chinli can actually save the boy. Chui Chin even sneers that the clinic is already ruined on day one. But Cheng Wen tells everyone to wait and watch the disaster unfold. Hulong's father begs through tears, and Chinli promises to save his son. Bring the boy inside immediately, Chinli commands, taking direct charge. Once inside, Chinli uses his special vision to scan the child. The stomach is in terrible shape. This is a severe case of poisoning. Chinli demands to know what the boy ate, but the father protests. He claims the neighbors always watch him carefully, but Yanchu snaps. She absolutely tears into him, calling him a completely irresponsible parent for abandoning his son. The weeping man explains that his wife passed away when Hulong was young. He worked constantly for tuition. Suddenly, Chinli's eyes widen. His skin turns black as his shallow breathing signals severe poisoning. As Hulong coughs violently, a massive crowd gathers outside the clinic. Dr. Tangboy asks the onlookers if they heard this doctor just got licensed. He wonders how a rookie actually dared to open a medical practice. Another bystander suspects the young man is simply trying to trick everyone. Furious, the crowd demands they shut the clinic down and hospitalize Hulong. While Chu Jinggan and Cheng Wen laugh, Qin Yanchu watches in silent panic. Suddenly, Hulong's father furiously accuses Chinli of trying to kill his boy. Chinli shouts back, the child is dying and there is no time. As he lifts the kid, the boy suddenly starts vomiting dark blood. Telling the father to step back, Chinli gently comforts the terrified boy. Chinli focuses all his inner energy, preparing his legendary acupuncture needle technique. With a swift throw, the needle strikes, forcing the boy to purge the poison. Hulong opens his eyes, fully conscious, as his crying father hugs him tightly. Sobbing, the father apologizes, but the little boy just asks for roasted pork. Smiling through tears, the dad promises to buy some right away. Chinli reassures them that Hulong is safe, though a hospital checkup wouldn't hurt. Deeply moved, the grateful father calls him a true, life-saving doctor. He bows and offers endless thanks while the stunned crowd begins to whisper. Onlookers admit they thought Chinli was a novice, but his skills are legendary. One woman points out that he literally snatched that boy from death. Nearby, Lu Minghao watches with boiling rage, cursing Chinli's luck. He cannot believe the young doctor cleared out a lethal dose of pesticide. Dr. Tangboy approaches him, quietly advising the man to stay calm for now. Meanwhile, a happy patient exits the clinic to call his excited wife. He enthusiastically tells her they found a miracle doctor to help them conceive. Later that night, an exhausted Chinli stands by his backyard gate. Just as he locks up to head home, he spots a shadow nearby. A heavily injured woman lies there, and he asks if she needs help. Yongqing tries to strike him, but Chinli easily dodges and restrains her. He assures her he is only a doctor, but she instantly faints. Sighing at the prospect of an all-nighter, he carries her inside. He calls Qin Yanchu, explaining he has a complicated patient to treat. Disappointed, she asks if he won't be coming home tonight. When he apologizes, she loses her temper and yells at him. He promises to buy her a nice makeup gift to make it up. Hanging up, Chinli immediately begins extracting several bullets from the girl's body. He discovers a final bullet lodged in her unusual metal necklace. MI-19, the 19th Division, he wonders what this means. In her half-conscious state, Yongqing remembers the secretive branches of MI-16. They specialized in information theft, weapons development, and heavy cyber warfare. But MI-19 was always their most mysterious and elite division. In her flashback, she orders her team to move before leaping into darkness. A warning echoes that MI-19 has marked her for complete elimination. She screams in terror and suddenly bolts upright, realizing she is still alive. He saved her, but if he had been even 2 minutes later, it would be over. She gets up to leave, so he asks her where she is going. She explains she has no home and no idea, then he speaks up. He tells her he needs an assistant and offers her a place at the clinic. He promises to pay her monthly, starting with $5,000. She tells him her entire life is now dedicated to helping him with anything. But he just suggests she stay at the clinic to recover. Right then, Tansy Jean bangs on the door, screaming for Chin Lei. He tries to answer, but she beats him, accidentally smacking the door right into him. She demands to know where he is and tells him to come along immediately. He holds his face, surprised she is so early, and asks if she is okay. She looks him over, saying he is the one who looks terrible, then explains why. She wants him to represent Tony Jewelry in the upcoming Jade contest. Grabbing his tie, she drags him along without letting him argue. The scene shifts to Jiang Chong's gambling palace as they arrive. Her father warmly greets Chin Lei, happily shaking his hand. He says he is happy to see him, apologizing for any recent trouble. There is no need to apologize, Tan Lao chuckles, waving it off. He explains he needs Chin Li's unique help for the competitive Jade contest. It is all about stone gambling, and he wants Chin Li as advisor. He has personally witnessed Chin Li's abilities and is confident in him. He explains that the high-stakes Jade competition consists of 2 parts. First is gambling, then carving. He points out stone number 12. It is a full green stone, before introducing 3 team members. He stresses that he chose each one carefully to secure victory. He is counting on all 4 of them. Tansy Jean then whispers to Chin Lei. Her dad put a lot of money into this, hoping for a big payout. If they win, Chin Li gets paid. Tan Lao even offers an extra bonus. He promises Chin Li 10% of Tony's shares if they secure the win. Tansy Jean drops a hint, mentioning she is Chin Yano's best friend. She can easily put in a good word, so Chin Lei readily agrees. They head into the plaza, where Jaelin questions Chin Li's stone pick. He asks if he is truly set on that stone, and Chin Li confirms. Since he is already here, he wants to test his luck. Lao feels generous. He tells Chin Lei to take the $1,000 and hand over his card. He takes it, totally shocked, and mumbles his disbelief. He thought they were dealing in millions, but Jaelin mocks him. She tells him not to push for more than that 1,000. Walking away, Chin Li admits he is not actually qualified to choose stones. He looks around at the massive selection, realizing they are incredibly expensive. He looks closely at the one stone that seems far too precious. He is completely stunned. The counter lady asks if he's buying. Just then, Lao walks by with a friend and checks it out. He confirms that the stone is worth nearly $5 million. She asks again and Chin Li confirms, explaining his card situation. Solid gold and worth at least $50,000, easily covering the price of the stone. The lady agrees to the deal, and Lao walks over to Chin Li with his crew. He asks about the cheap stone, mocking him about actually winning first place with it. Wang Ko warns him against buying garbage, and Lasu instantly chimes in with his own insults. He suggests that Chin Li should pack up, since not everyone can handle working for Mr. Tanlao. Chin Li replies that he's not sure about his stone, but he only did it for Mr. Tanlao. He wouldn't have even bothered if it weren't for the master. Right then, the boss himself arrives. Mr. Tanlao shows up, asking if they have all made their selections. Lasu immediately steps up. He proudly brags that they secured the 2 absolute finest pieces available for the upcoming contest. This practically guarantees them a top 3 finish, boosting their company reputation. Mr. Tanlao examines their stones, quietly thinking to himself that these look pretty promising. The surface looks excellent, meaning there's likely some top-tier jade hidden deep inside. Suddenly, Qinzong appears, stepping up to confront Mr. Tanlao directly. He acts shocked to see him gambling again after his massive loss last time. He sneers, asking if Tanlao still hasn't learned his lesson from that defeat. Mr. Tanlao just brushes it off, saying his own spending is nobody else's business. Qinzong snorts, mocking the fact that his rival is resorting to using rookies now. He laughs, saying it seems Tanny Jewelry has completely run out of real talent. He arrogantly tells Tao to pack his bags and leave before he embarrasses himself further. There's no place for a loser here, so he should head back home immediately. He tells him to get out of the capital and scurry back to Jiangchong. Lao quickly reassures Tao, telling him not to worry and to leave the rest to him. He's confident they will win. Finally, the big showdown begins. Shinran takes the stage and commands everyone's attention for the upcoming Jade contest. She officially welcomes the crowd, launching the stone gambling portion of the competition. The host calls all the eager participants to step onto the stage right now. As they prepare, Mr. Tanlao asks Qinli where he keeps his selected stones. Lao scoffs, calling Qinli's $20,000 stone a total piece of useless garbage. He sounds completely dismissive, while Jaelin thinks Qinli has lost his absolute mind. Mr. Tanlao notes that a cheap stone is basically just scrap. He sighs, thinking that Qinli is simply too young and inexperienced. Shinran starts off the show, calling up the very first contestants' entries. They reveal 2 pieces of classic glass green and 1 stunning royal green piece. The crowd goes completely wild as the bidding war immediately takes off. One buyer bids $38 million. Another quickly counters with $42 million. Lasu watches that massive transaction, realizing this competition is no joke. Shinran remarks on the intense heat of today's bidding as numbers soar. The highest bids are currently hitting unbelievable, massive heights. Some hitting $63 million. Others at $52 million. Now it's finally Mr. Tanlao's turn. As the final competitor, Lasu pulls a choice stone from their stash. He's confident it's premium green, while Qinli expects a massive waste. Once they cut Lasu's stone, the crowd gasps in sheer disappointment. They look inside, shocked to find absolutely nothing but worthless junk. Lao Tzu is completely stunned, stammering about how this is possible and where his $5 million worth of stones went. Murmurs spread through the crowd as someone asks, "What kind of trash stones those even are?" Another observer quickly chimes in, saying with vision like that, it is a miracle he is still around. Meanwhile, Shinran announces she never expected the 2 most expensive stones bought would end up being utterly worthless, openly calling the competitor from Tanchite Jewelry a massive disappointment. Mr. Tan mutters that it is over, but as Qinli stands, Shinran quickly steps in, telling them to wait because 1 stone still hasn't been sliced. Mr. Tan cuts her off, warning Qinli not to go up on stage and make a fool of himself. Regardless, they go right ahead and slice into Qinli's raw stone, and Shinran makes the shocking announcement. She reveals it is imperial green, describing it as an ordinary rock that somehow transformed into exquisite imperial green, she thought. The contest was already wrapped up. Lao Tzu screams it only cost $20,000. But it is a solid green masterpiece, making them incredibly lucky. Mr. Tan wonders if Qinli had held onto that $5 million, he might have won for Tanchai Jewelry. Suddenly she lets out a loud shriek, demanding to know what Qinli is doing as he starts cutting the jade. Again, Mr. Tan rushes over to stop him, only to freeze in sheer shock to find another jade hidden inside. Shinran cannot believe her eyes, wondering aloud what she is even seeing. It is another jade nestled right inside the first, and honestly, wait for it. There is actually a piece of blood jade hiding inside that green stone, the last blood. Jade of this caliber auctioned for $1 billion. Everyone present is completely floored. By the revelation, Qinli carefully extracts the prize, declaring this is Mr. Tan's final jade. Shinran breathlessly announces that this is an incredibly rare, completely natural blood jade requiring thousands of years to form, adding that its value is worth more than her own life just to witness. Instantly, a wild bidding war starts, with offers hitting 90 million, quickly jumping to 100 million, and then another buyer claiming they will take the jade for 120 million. Zhang Jun notes that this guy has somehow just unearthed a legendary blood jade. Beside him, his grandfather coughs, complaining that his health is only getting worse, leaving him unsure if he will survive much longer. Ultimately, the jade sells for an astronomical $2 billion. Shinran congratulates Tanchai Jewelry on winning the entire competition with that staggering $2 billion final bid. She remarks that this event has been truly mind-blowing and that $2 billion price tag is now a legendary achievement no competitor will ever surpass. Mr. Tan deeply thanks Qinli, emphasizing that without his help, Tanchai Jewelry's reputation would be completely ruined. He sincerely apologizes for ever doubting him, but Qinli calmly dismisses it, assuring Mr. Tan that he never took it personally. To show there is no bad blood, he announces that he is gifting the entire $2 billion directly to Mr. Tan. Suddenly, Tanzijin steps in, insisting Qinli is their ultimate honored guest, especially since they are now building a massive reputation thanks to this tournament. Qinli confidently adds that they will soon establish a powerful foothold across the entire Jiang province. Right then, a bald stranger approaches and hands him a mysterious invitation, explaining that the tournament organizer, Jiang Zhen, personally wants him to visit the prestigious Jiang family residence immediately, calling it an absolute must-attend. Qinli takes a seat in the waiting car, quietly pondering Jiang Zhen's hidden motives until the driver announces they have arrived. Right outside the Grand Jiang estate, a guard alerts Jiang Zhen that Mr. Qinli has. He is already there. The bald man points the way for Qinli, asking him to follow. Knocking on the door, he announces that Qinli has arrived. Soon, Yongzhen opens the door with a huge smile, welcoming him inside. Qinli apologizes for the short notice, asking what this meeting is about. Yongzhen shrugs it off, claiming he is simply curious about one specific thing. Yongzhen asks why Qinli kept cutting, even after finding that first jade. Did he somehow know there was rare blood jade hidden deep inside? Qinli explains that touching the stone gave him a strange warmth, letting him sense something unusual. Pure curiosity drove him to slice it open. Yongzhen nods in understanding, then requests a favor. Meanwhile, Yongzhen's grandfather, Zhang Guang, coughs weakly nearby. Qinli watches him closely. Yongzhen asks if something is wrong with his grandfather. Qinli is completely honest, admitting the old man's condition is pretty serious and needs immediate care. Yongzhen is surprised by this sudden medical insight. Qinli mentions he actually runs a clinic back in Yonk. He asks Zhang Guang for permission to check his pulse. Yongzhen asks if he practices traditional medicine. Zhang Guang admits modern doctors could not find a cure for his illness. Since Qinli has a medical background, there is no harm in letting him try. Qinli checks his pulse and quickly senses something incredibly dark. An icy, evil aura is draining Zhang Guang's life force. He begins treatment immediately. An hour later, Zhang Guang feels vastly relieved. Qinli clarifies he has only eased the symptoms for now. To cure it completely, they must uncover the true root of this evil energy. Yongzhen explains that he rarely leaves his grandfather's side at home. The old man barely goes out. Qinli asks about any recent antiques or treasures. Yongzhen remembers a unique jade pillow. Qinli instantly realizes the truth. That pillow likely came from a tomb. Talk about a deeply cursed sleeping arrangement. Zhang Guang gasps, realizing why he always felt an icy chill while sleeping. Deeply grateful, Yongzhen thanks Qinli for his incredible diagnosis. He promises that whether they secure the blood jade or not, his family owes him. They will grant any favor. Chin Li politely declines, saying saving lives is his duty. He will gladly help find the jade, but he does have one small favor to ask. Yongzhen assures him that they will spare no effort to assist. Chin Li presents a photo of his parents, explaining they disappeared. 10 years ago with absolutely no trace, Yongzhen admits finding them. Will take some time, but he vows to search with everything he has. Chin Li relies on his promise. Yongzhen adds that he is still hunting for that blood jade. Chin Li nods, promising to deliver the jade the moment he tracks it down. Yongzhen thanks him and slides over a card loaded with 200 million, calling it an advance payment to show the family's deep appreciation. Chin Li promises to make contact the second he holds the stone. He expresses his thanks, wondering if this powerful clan can truly rebuild. It's past glory because he needs them strong to find his parents. Morning comes quickly. Chin Li wakes up feeling refreshed, ready to face the world. It seems his local clinic is finally about to get quite busy. Look after things. Soon after, an older man showed up telling Chin Li he had been having bad headaches lately and asked him to take a look. Chin Li invited him in to start the examination. Just then, a guy in green loudly announced the arrival of Mr. Tang himself, hyping it up as a guaranteed, high-quality opportunity. The older man immediately asked if this Mr. Tang was the absolute best traditional doctor in the city. The guy in green proudly confirmed it, boasting about their century-old medical school's reputation, which apparently could not be compared to other cheap clinics. The older man then went straight to Mr. Tang, wanting to sign up. He also brought up a rumor. He had heard about Dr. Qin selling fake medicine and disappearing for 2 days, only to pop back up today. He wanted to know if that rumor was actually true. Chin Li, clearly annoyed, asked what he thought would happen if he spread false rumors about him right to his face. The older man quickly claimed he had only heard it from others. Just then, Mr. Tang, the clinic owner, arrived on the scene. He told them not to bother arguing with an apprentice. Sounding pretty impatient, he declared that he had been practicing medicine for decades, and now even young kids were calling themselves master doctors. Asking what was going on, he went straight over to the older man, offering his own help. Mr. Tang took off his cap, inspecting the older man's condition. He admitted it was tough, saying he was not familiar with this specific illness. He wondered if he could even cure it. Mr. Tang thought hard, realizing this was the first time in his decades of medical practice he had ever seen anything like this. He then suggested a simple, straightforward treatment: just clean the pustules and drain them, but Chin Li quickly stepped in, warning that the older man actually needed a hot needle treatment, and messing this up could put his life at risk. Mr. Tang just brushed him off, scoffing that he did not need someone like Chin Li to teach him how to treat a disease. Chin Li insisted that simply puncturing the pustules would not work, explaining that the condition was actually a rare variant of viral herpes. He then went ahead and pinched the pustules, making the older man scream in pain. Mr. Tang looked completely bewildered by what was happening. Chin Li told Mr. Tang to step aside, but Mr. Tang shot right back, claiming the patient was under his care and Chin Li had no right to interfere. In response, Chin Li slapped him, scolding him for treating patients like tools and declaring that people like him did not deserve to be called doctors. Chin Li grabbed his needles, thinking that Mr. Tang's earlier actions might have punctured the patient's vital energy, and he was not sure if it was already too late. He carefully inserted the needle into the older man's head, quickly realizing the situation was far from ideal. Not only did he have to deal with the heavy poison in the body, but Mr. Tang's botched attempt had also caused the patient's internal cold to affect his heart, draining his vital energy. This specific treatment was the only shot they had at fixing it. Soon after, the older man finally regained consciousness. Chin Li then scolded Mr. Tang, calling him a Total disgrace to traditional Chinese medicine. Mr. Tang got furious and challenged him, asking how he dared to question him on something so critical. When saving lives, he declared that whoever made the first mistake would have to leave traditional medicine forever. Naturally, Qinli accepted the challenge. Before long, a curious crowd began gathering around the clinic. A passerby asked what was happening, and someone explained that Qinli's little clinic was competing against the highly renowned Dr. Tang Bohe from Yangkeng. A grand disease-treating showdown. One woman whispered that this would be fun to watch. Soon, people started sorting themselves out, lining up for Tang Bohe, or choosing Qinli instead, hoping to get treated. One of Qinli's loyal patients eagerly praised his skills, boasting how much better they felt after his treatment. Another person chimed in, shocked by how skilled young Dr. Qinli actually was. Meanwhile, Tang Bohe proudly recalled his 30-plus years in medicine. Completely confident he had never made a single mistake, he called a patient, examined him, and instantly diagnosed the issue. Meanwhile, on Qinli's side, green-haired woman approached, complaining about a sudden bout of dizziness and a swollen chest. Crying out that she could not take it, she grabbed Qinli's hand. He gently pulled his hand back, advising her to stay calm, saying he would check her pulse first. Upon checking, he found it remarkably steady and strong, with her organs appearing perfectly healthy, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. Tang Bohe's patient began screaming in agony, causing everyone nearby to panic. Another doctor frantically asked about the patient's condition, only to hear that he was critical and needed to be hospitalized immediately. A girl nearby quickly dialed the emergency services for help. Tang Bohe's suffering patient suggested going to Kangun Clinic instead, stating that he did not trust Tang or his traditional medicine. An onlooker agreed, calling Dr. Tang completely unreliable, muttering that they should have visited the Kangun Clinic from the very beginning. Right then, disaster struck. Qinli's green-haired patient suddenly cried out, complaining of severe dizziness before collapsing unconscious. A shocked bystander shouted, "Someone help her!" Tang smirked, warning Qinli not to get too cocky, believing Qinli could not cure her, meaning their match would end in a draw. Qinli calmly assessed the critical situation, realizing there was only one way to cure her, using a massive acupuncture needle. He noted that he must be extremely precise, since piercing the wrong point would leave her permanently crippled. Just as he raised the needle, the woman sat straight up, confessing she was not actually ill and that Dr. Tang had bribed her. She nervously asked to leave. Qinli then looked at Tang, asking if he admitted defeat. Tang Bohe scoffed, boasting that he was a renowned master in Yangkeng, whom even Lu Zheng respected. Qinli shot back, asking if such a famous doctor truly resorted to petty tricks to rig a competition, declaring that he did not deserve the title of a physician. He vowed to repay this insult. In the future, sometime later, Qinli walked into his clinic, where his loyal assistant, Linking, offered to personally handle the arrogant Tang Bohe. Qinli asked if she had fully recovered. She thanked him warmly, confirming that she felt completely fine. She assured him she was ready to assist whenever he needed her. Qinli told her to focus on resting her injuries right there at the clinic, adding that he would definitely need her help in a few days. Suddenly, Qin Li's phone rings. The voice on the other end starts explaining. Mr. Zhang requested she share information about the origin of the raw stones. They should arrive in Yonk within a week, but there is more. She has another tempting proposal for Qin Li that would benefit them both. He agrees to meet, and she promises to text the exact details later. Meanwhile, back at his house, Tang Bohe is glued to the TV screen. The news covers a massive medical challenge in Yangchangin the day before. Tang Bohe, the famous owner of Chinese medicine shops, suffered a crushing defeat. He publicly admitted defeat, announcing his complete retirement from the medical field. Because of this humiliation, his entire family is facing absolute ruin and backlash. Tang Bohei is absolutely furious, smashing a cup and demanding they turn it off. Suddenly, a knock on the door. Liu Minghao asks if the doctor is home. Tang Bohei tries to ignore him. He yells that he is not in. But Liu Minghao has a tempting pitch, a way to get sweet revenge. He promises to completely destroy Qin Lei, which immediately gets the door opened. Liu Minghao hands over a note, claiming this plan requires his specific expertise. Tang Bohei inspects the paper closely, wondering if it is a rare prescription. Elsewhere, Qin Li suggests a walk. He hopes it helps her recover. He also hopes she can take care of that little task he requested. Lion King expresses her gratitude, promising to get the job done right away. Qin Li smiles. No need to worry, it is just apartment hunting. After a moment, he asks her about her age when she started training. She quietly explains that she grew up in a harsh military training camp. She was only 3, she has 0 memories of her actual parents. Qin Li feels deep sympathy, realizing how brutal her young life must have been. He tells her to stop sleeping on the floor. She softly agrees. They pass a street vendor, where a rusty old dagger catches his attention. The seller claims he just found it, asking for $500. Qin Li takes the deal. Later on, Lion King looks over the rusted blade. She asks if this junk is secretly a priceless treasure, and he just grins. He pulls out his lighter and starts burning the metal, surprising her completely. The blade reacts beautifully. This is definitely no ordinary piece of metal. Qin Li asks if she likes it, then casually hands it over as a gift. She is deeply touched. Then his phone rings with an urgent call. Her voice is completely panicked. Chuan has been captured by their enemies. Handing Lion King a bank card, he explains an emergency has suddenly come up. He tells her to purchase the house alone, using the password 628. She checks if he really trusts her choice, and he nods with absolute confidence. Qin Li rushes off. He tells Qin Yanchu to explain everything. Meanwhile, over at the dusty suburban racing tracks, things have gone completely south. Fang Xiao defeats Chuan at the suburban circuits, mockingly standing over her. He mockingly claims it is her own fault for trying to annoy him. He adds that he now wants her and the entire Chu family fortune. She spat back that he is shameless, right as a guard spots incoming headlights. Qin Lei steps out of his car. He is ready to end this. They're to pay the ransom. Fang Xiao's men laugh that he looks like the guy. Chuan wonders why her underachiever brother-in-law is standing here, and what he plans to do against all of them alone. Fang Xiao remarks that Qin Li came all this way just to throw the money on the ground and leave now. Qin Li drops the bag, saying he thought paying the ransom meant Chuan would be released. He asks why they have no honor when comes to kidnapping people. The gang just laughs and calls him a total joke. Fang Xiao says the Chu family is pretty bold, making it clear he is taking both the cash and Chuan. He tells his man to grab the bag. Fang Xiao's man grabs the bag, telling Qin Li he can just go home. Now the thug adds that they will take good care of his sister-in-law and send her back after enjoying her. Qin Li snaps, delivering a brutal kick that sends the man flying. This enrages the gang, and Fang Xiao orders them to wipe out Qin Li. They rush to attack, but Qin Li effortlessly destroys them. Single-handedly, is he a monster? Fang Xiao is terrified as Qin Li grabs him by the neck, slamming him down before preparing to strike. Fang Xiao begs him not to hit his face, but Qin Li ignores him, landing a punch. Chuan watches in complete disbelief, wondering if this is really the same useless brother-in-law she knows. She wonders when he became this incredibly strong, easily knocking out all of her ex-boyfriend Fang Xiao's goons. Qin Li unties her, telling her to leave quickly so her family does not worry. She thanks him, mentioning that it hurts a bit as he loosens the tight ropes. Once she is freed, he turns to leave, but she calls out to ask what is wrong. She hesitates, then mentions an upcoming sorority event at her School next month asking if he wants to go. She quickly adds that he should not overthink it. She is just worried those thugs might seek revenge, so she wants his protection. He is surprised by the sudden invitation to a university party. He promises to be there on time. The next day, Chin Li heads to the clinic. Lion King tells him that the task is complete and he can check it at the Tian Hao office today. He is surprised by the speed. It is time to take Chuan back home, as her staying with her family indefinitely is not a good idea. He goes out and asks her to join him. She agrees and follows him into the car. His phone rings and Mr. Zhang has some good news. He purchased 10 prime stores in Jiangchen to open up traditional medicine centers. All of them already registered under Chin Li's name. Hearing this unexpected update, Chin Li, who is watering plants, suddenly starts coughing in surprise. He asks about the 10 stores, only to be told not to be surprised, since they are still under renovation. He expresses his gratitude to Mr. Zhang, who praises him as the savior of the Zhang family. He is reminded they are waiting for his arrival in Jiangchen, where they will buy him a massive villa. Chin Li declines, stating he already bought one and does not want them wasting cash. They arrive at the Tian Hao building, where the staff greets them. Ms. Yang asks Lion King why she arrived so suddenly and where Chin Li is. Lion King introduces him directly. He explains that he is actually her boss and the owner of the legendary villa Sky One. Miss Yang simply sneers, asking if he is really the buyer of such an expensive place, convinced he is just faking his wealth. She casually mentions that a rich client, Mr. Zio, also wants Sky One and is even offering her a massive $500,000 gift. She tells them the villa Chin Li secured has already been sold to someone else, so they need to leave. Lion King gets incredibly frustrated, arguing that she was the one who paid the upfront deposit, demanding to know why her booking was handed to another buyer. Miss Yang just shrugs, declaring that Sky One is their absolute best property, which means it is strictly reserved for the most distinguished VIPs in town. Chin Li questions Tian Hao's reputation, but Miss Yang snaps back that someone him who only pretends to have money has no right living there. Just then Jiang Chuku, the powerful half-sister of the company director Jiang Zhen, steps inside. She calmly asks if it is true that Tian Hao only serves wealthy, high-status clients. Miss Yang snarls, demanding to know what she is doing there. But Jiang Chuku simply marches over, slapping her across the face in front of everyone. She loudly declares that Chin Li is actually their most honored guest, then politely greets him, introducing herself as Jiang Chuku, the true director of Tian Hao. She mentions recognizing him from a photo at Jiang Zhen's place, then warmly shakes his hand. She reveals that she was actually the one who called him about the raw stone source. Chin Li is quite surprised by this revelation. She quickly apologizes for the rude treatment her staff caused him, but he calmly says it is fine. Miss Yang tries to stammer, asking if Chin Li really knows Miss Jiang. The young doctor steps closer and makes it clear that his identity does not matter, but she had better never talk about instant karma. Miss Yang immediately bows, profusely apologizing, promising to fix this. Chin Li tells her he will return when the paperwork is fully finished, then leaves. Jiang Chuku calls him, apologizing deeply for the delay and assuring him that she will personally handle his villa details. Once he leaves, she orders her guards to grab Miss Yang, declaring she never wants to see her face again. The guards quickly obey and drag Miss Yang away. Meanwhile, a woman shows up at Chin Li's clinic with the police, making a massive scene, claiming this is the clinic that sold her fake drugs and totally ruined her face. Another lady backs her up, complaining about her own terrible reaction to his medicine. All the women have massive breakouts all over their faces. Chin Li arrives, calmly asking what all this chaotic commotion is about. The first woman spots him, shouting that he is the fake doctor, demanding his arrest, screaming that the fake medicine seller is finally here, while Chin Li stands there completely confused by her claims. She points at her ruined skin, claiming her face got so bad because of the terrible skincare products he sold. He stares at her terrible complexion, suddenly remembering the skincare products. And now the pieces click. He gave 200 of them to Liyuan. She tells the police he is a swindler who stole their money, demanding. They arrest him. The police tell him he must go with them, but Lion King steps right in front of Chin Lai, demanding to know their intentions. They explain that they simply need to bring this suspected fraud in for questioning. Another officer. The police order him to freeze and raise his hands, but Chin Li calmly reassures them. He explains that he is simply trying to find a witness regarding those skincare products. He hands his phone over, and the officers demand the witness's identity before starting the call. As they speak, the officer introduces himself as a member of the Yangshan Police Department. Chin Li is clean. He doesn't sell those fake skincare products. Liu Wan is absolutely shocked and demands details on these counterfeit cosmetics. She runs straight back to the clinic to ask Chin Li about this new medicine. Chin Li is confused. He already gave her all the ointments. Giggling, she explains she finished the previous batch while admiring her newly improved skin. She thought Chin Li made a brand new formula, then she turns to the other women. She asks the accusing women if they could even afford Chin Li's high-end medicine. An officer approaches Liu Wan to ask if her phone statement was entirely true. Speaking as a lawyer, she solemnly swears that every word she said is accurate. She hands over her business card, and they accept it while promising a thorough investigation. Lie to them, there will be serious legal consequences. No matter who it is, the liar will have to face the law. The women instantly panic as the officers demand to know what is really happening. One woman cracks, offering to explain everything while handing over a handwritten prescription. A man named Tang gave them this note and promised $100,000. They had to frame Chin Lai, and he instantly knows the culprit. Meanwhile, over at Dr. Tang's place, he and Liu Minghao are casually playing chess. Liu Minghao slides a piece forward and declares checkmate, earning Dr. Tang's praise. He compliments his sharp skills before planning to finally crush that kid, Chin Li. Liu Minghao boasts his own scheme was actually much more brilliant. He manufactured the tainted ointments that break people's skin out in horrible rashes. Developing massive pimples in just 30 minutes was a highly effective plan. The two share a dark laugh, but trust me, their celebration is cut short. Dr. Tang goes to open it, while Chin Lai keeps ringing the doorbell persistently. Annoyed, the doctor yells that he is coming and peers through the peephole. Boom, Chin Lai kicks the heavy door right off its hinges. Storming inside, he flings Dr. Tang aside and steps into the room. He looks at Dr. Tang, mockingly asking if he needs some medical treatment for that fall. Stunned, Liu Minghao demands to know why he is not arrested, reaching for his gun. Chin Li calmly remarks that the true mastermind has finally revealed himself in the open. Liu Minghao jumps to his feet, aiming his loaded gun directly at Chin Lai. Lion King steps up and punches him, wondering who he thinks he is playing with a gun. She asks what they should do next, and Chin Li approaches her calmly. He tells her not to worry, he was just checking if his limbs still worked. Right on cue, the authorities arrive and place handcuffs on both conspirators. An officer apologizes to Chin Li, admitting they almost made a terrible mistake. He promises no more trouble, and Chin Li accepts while checking his phone. It's a text from Zhang Chuku. His villa is finally ready, and she booked a spot at the Merlin residence. He tells Lion King he must go to work for the afternoon. He asks her to handle the ongoing case with those two criminals, and she gladly agrees. And off he goes. Over at the Merlin residence, Chin Li knocks on the door. Zhang Chushu opens up with a warm smile, greeting him and inviting him inside. She guides him to a seat, pointing out a special French black tea she prepared just for today. She coaxes him to try it, casually bringing up the paperwork for his new villa. Since everything is officially finalized, she slides a thick folder of documents over. All he needs to do is sign, make the final payment, and the place is his. Chinli offers his thanks. Right then, she introduces Jiangzi, their branch's general manager. He is the head of the Jiang group in Yangcheng. Jiangzi stands up and bows. Chinli is surprised by the deep bow, asking what this meeting is really about. Jiangzi introduces himself, explaining his background and his ties to the family. Just like Jiang Chushu, he works directly under the young master, Jiang Zhen. He was recently transferred to Yangcheng to run their local entertainment business. Smiling, Jiangzi asks Chinli to look after them in the future. Chinli nods politely, but presses again for details on this mystery partnership. While they talk, Jiang Chushu quietly pours hot tea into a cup for him. He accepts the cup as Jiangzi starts laying out the real reason for their visit. Word got out about Chinli's ointment, the one that healed Liu Jiang's cousin. Now the massive Jiang group wants in on developing this miracle cure. With their massive resources and major brands across the province, they can make it huge. They promise to scale production and turn it into an absolute goldmine. Chinli tells them he wants the majority shares of any new company. But how much control are they actually willing to give up? He asks straight out. Jiangzi explains the family only wants the rights to make and sell it. The Jiang group wants to handle the manufacturing and global marketing of the ointment. Chinli will keep 80% of the shares, leaving the family with just 20%. He asks Chinli if that works. Chinli pauses, weighing the massive offer. Noticing how easily Jiangzi name-drops Liu Jiang, Chinli knows this family is powerful. With their absolute backing, his little ointment could easily take over the entire market. It is an incredible opportunity. Chinli keeps his expression neutral, thinking it over. Seeing his silence, Jiangzi starts to sweat, wondering if they lowballed him. Jiangzi subtly clears his throat, signaling Jiang Chushu to step in. Taking the hint, she steps in to plead their case. With a warm smile, she admits they really want to make up for what happened before. She slides a fresh document across the table, courtesy of young Master Jiang Zhen. They want to hand over full ownership of the biggest casino in Yangcheng. But Chinli calmly declines, refusing the grand gesture. He says Jiang Zhen has already been incredibly generous. Taking a casino is too much, especially after they resolved yesterday's mess. Panic flickers in her eyes. She argues that turning it down might look bad. If he refuses, it looks like he hasn't forgiven them, and Jiang Zhen will be furious. Chinli stands firm, setting his teacup down with a quiet final click. Realizing she cannot push him, she backs off, respecting his final answer. Instead, she pulls out a sleek gold card, sliding it across the table. It grants him free, unlimited VIP access to every venue they own. This Chinli happily accepts with a smile, and with that, Jiangzi chimes in, discussing their potential collaboration, while Miss Jiang refilled Chinli's tea. Chinli suggested a partnership where the Jiang group would provide the production line and marketing channels, splitting the shares 50-50 between them. With his wife becoming a shareholder, too, Jiangzi enthusiastically agreed to this proposal, assuring them he would send the contract the very next day. However, their conversation was interrupted when her phone suddenly started. Ringing, she told him a supplier of raw stones from Jiang province was staying at their Tianhao hotel tonight, asking if he was interested. He decided to head out, telling her he would not bother her anymore. She agreed. And off he went. The scene then shifted to a warehouse where a worker informed Chinli that all his goods had arrived, handing him a scan code. Chinli thanked the worker for their hard work and started cutting the raw stones. Hours passed, and as he grew tired, he realized how tough the job was. He looked at the raw stones, thinking about how rare blood jade was. He remembered the last time he had done this, wondering if he could still sense the jade aura like before. He decided to try using his magic on all the raw stones, and sure enough, he found the jade aura. Holding it in his hand, he felt a real sense of accomplishment, back home, Qing Yunchu was getting more and more impatient, wondering if he would even come back that night. Everyone in the house was anxiously waiting for him. When he finally showed up, all eyes were on him. Confused by their faces, he asked why they were still up so late. Qing Yunchu, her voice laced with anger, immediately asked what that woman at the clinic had given him to make him forget his family. He was totally confused by her mentioning a little vixen at a medical clinic. She then pointed to some pictures on a table and told him to take a look. Han Yingchu angrily yelled, accusing him of cheating on their daughter and demanding he leave the Chu family right away to avoid ruining their reputation. He picked up the photos and realized they were pictures of him with Liang King. Chuan then raised her voice, asking him if he had anything else to say. He asked where the photos came from. She insisted he should not question the pictures and just tell her the truth about who the woman was. He explained that the girl had been injured and homeless before and after he saved her. She volunteered to work at his medical clinic. He told her to call the woman and she would understand everything. Handing his phone over, he dialed Liang King's number. She answered the call and right in front of everyone asked what she could do for her boss. After about 10 minutes, Qing Yunchu explained the situation to him. He replied that the woman in the photos was Liang King, who had no parents and had been trained by a special organization since childhood, leaving her with nowhere else to go. Qing Yunchu then suggested he should have told them about her earlier. Han Yingchu assured him it was not about trust and that they understood the situation was complicated. He relaxed, saying it was no big deal. Qing Yunchu took his hand and suggested they head upstairs so they would not disturb her parents' rest. Han Yingchu whispered to her husband to quickly hide something from Qin Li as he opened a special torture kit. Qin Li then told Qing Yunchu that the massive Jiang group recently secured a connection with them and planned to visit. They want to sign the deal tomorrow at her place. The Jiang group is the absolute top dog in this entire province. The next day, Jiangzi arrives in person so Qing Yunchu can officially sign. She signs it. He instantly welcomes his newest CEO. He hopes they work well together. She is not so sure. She might need his guidance if the business gets too overwhelming down the line. He assures her she is far too humble, mentioning that Qin Li highly praised her. Smiling, she realizes his impression of her, then whispers a quick question. Qin Li headed over to Jiangzhen today. Is it for the opening? Not even close, Jiangzi quickly explains to her. Qin Li previously sold a blood jade worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Now Jiangzhen urgently needs him to track down another rare piece. Cut to the busy Jiang City airport, where Jiangzhen eagerly awaits his friend. Nearby onlookers start whispering, shocked to see the wealthy heir waiting in person. They wonder who this mysterious guest could possibly be. Jiangzhen claps his shoulder. He laughs, amazed. Qin Li found another blood jade so incredibly fast. It took some real effort, but Qin Li just shrugs it off. It was nothing, he says. Soon, they arrive at the massive Jiang estate. Jiangzhen reveals his father cleared his entire busy schedule today. He wanted to personally thank Qin Li for making the trip. Qin Li admits he has never seen the patriarch act so cautious. He truly hopes this blood jade will not disappoint Uncle Jiang Lim. Jiang Lim spots them and asks if this young man really saved his father. He is stunned by his youth. Qin Li modestly claims he only knows basic medicine. Just basic book knowledge, Qin Li tells them. Qin Li confirms he tracked down an legendary, ultra-rare 7-colored jade. It is a literal masterpiece of a gem, completely unseen for decades. Wait, did he say the 7-colored jade worth $10 billion at auction? The patriarch confirms it. This priceless treasure is almost mythical at this point. He never expected to lay eyes on such a legendary relic in his lifetime. The last one, sold years ago, went for a staggering tens of billions. Jiang Lim tells Qin Li he is an absolute blessing to their entire family. He has done them a massive, unforgettable favor. Our boy Chin Li remains humble. He is just glad Uncle Zhang appreciates it. Later, they step outside. Walking with Zhang Zhen, the conversation shifts to Chin Li's missing parents. Zhang Zhen hands over a thick envelope containing the lights he requested. As Chin Li tears it open, his friend offers a quick warning. Much of the gathered data is highly mysterious and hard to fully trust. However, there is one shocking detail not written down in those papers. Within the last 2 years, his parents were actually spotted in Kumijio. Chin Li asks if it is reliable. Zhang Zhen admits he is still verifying. He only recently got the LUD and is digging deeper as we speak. He will keep him updated, and Chin Li nods in deep understanding. Soon, the two of them arrive at the luxurious Kanji Hotel. He introduces his sister's hotel. It is a pretty famous spot in town. He plans on treating Chin Li to some of their absolute best signature dishes. Just then, Zhang Ran, his younger sister, walks up to ask about shopping. Zhang Zhen looks a bit lost. He gestures to his head in embarrassment. He explains to Chin Li that he was distracted by that blood jade. He completely forgot his promise to take his sister shopping. Still, he introduces her to Chin Li, who suddenly recognizes her. Chin Li recalls reading a journal article. It described her as incredibly smart. A 20-year-old woman who founded a highly successful catering business. She dominates the local market. Politely, Chin Li greets her. But she turns away. Annoyed, she sharply tells him to go inside. She wants him in a private room. She hates shopping with him. She feels totally forced into this. Zhang Zhen lines in to whisper. He warns Chin Li that his sister has some serious issues. She hates being around men, so please try to be pretty understanding. Meanwhile, she stands there watching. She is highly irritated by their whispering. She wonders if they are saying bad things. Suddenly, a manager rushes over. Manager Nu Bei tells Zhang Ran about a serious emergency. She is upset. Why is he making such a scene right in front of customers? He whispers that a staff member is about to jump from the roof. Shocked, Zhang Ran gasps, they have to act right now. She runs for the elevator, quickly calling the police for backup. Zhang Zhen apologizes profusely to Chin Li for this crazy mess. He only wanted to buy him a nice meal. He had no clue. He tells Chin Li to drop the formalities since they are basically brothers. They need to go help. Up on the roof, the guards gather. A guard warns everyone to stay back, but another voice yells out. They are in panic. The distraught woman is standing on the ledge. She is ready to jump. Zhang Ran begs the distraught woman to stop. She promises to grant her every single wish if she steps down. The woman stares back in disbelief. Is she actually being serious? Chin Li arrives, instantly noticing the woman's red eyes and dark aura. Sensing danger, he warns Zhang Ran to stay far away from her. He suspects something far worse than a simple suicide. Suddenly, she moves. The possessed woman grabs Zhang Ran's hand, screaming that she has her. She leaps straight off the building, pulling Zhang Ran down with her. Watch this, Chin Li rushes forward and catches them both in time. He pulls them back to safety, but Zhang Ran tumbles onto him. Chin Li gets slightly hurt, but the possessed woman is not finished. She crawls menacingly back toward them. Zhang Zhen warns them to be careful. He quickly uses his needle magic, leaving Zhang Ran completely stunned. He asks if she is okay, accidentally touching her waist as she stands. She quickly gets up, snapping at his touch and demanding an apology. Zhang Zhen rushes over, completely amazed. How did he pull that off? He modestly replies it was nothing, explaining he sensed a dark presence. That past event made him act fast. Now, Zhang Ran and Zhang Zhen press for answers. They demand to know what tipped him off, but he warns them this goes incredibly deep. He suspects a metaphysics master has cursed this building. He is certain, especially after spotting that strange red mist rising earlier. Zhang Ran laughs it off as silly superstition, but he refuses to back down. He warns her the place is cursed, but she just laughs. Did you save my life just to scare me? Jang Jun senses danger. This involves dark energy, and metaphysics is still brand new here. Shaking it off, Jang Ran asks manager Nai about the collapsed woman's current state. She only fainted, prompting Jang Ran to quickly call an ambulance. Jang Jun pulls Chinli aside, suggesting they leave the rest to his sister. She would have died without Chinli's incredibly fast reflexes. Chinli brushes it off, saying Jang Jun has already helped him plenty in the past. Don't sweat the small stuff, he tells him calmly. He hides the gourd in a plant. Then Jang Lim arrives with Master Chung. He explains his daughter warned him about some deeply unsettling events here. He begs him to investigate. Master Chung closely scans the building. He promises Jang Lim that if Guanji Hotel is truly cursed, he can fix it. He inspects the mysterious red smoke surrounding the entire hotel. He realizes immediately that whoever cast this evil array is an absolute monster. Only 2 masters in the entire province can break it. With grim looks on their faces, Master Chung and Jang Lim step inside. Inside, Jang Ran calls for instant work-related injury test results. She orders the company to cover all medical bills. Then, her father walks in. Jang Lim asks what she is doing here, and she explains she heard of trouble. Suddenly, Master Chung spots a jade gourd sitting inside a plant. He recognizes it immediately as the one Chinli dropped and asks where it came from. Liu Beiji speaks up, guessing it belongs to that suspicious stalker following them. Jang Ran asks why it is always that same annoying guy. Master Chung explains this tiny gourd saved everyone from horrific deaths. Jang Ran secretly scoffs, thinking the old master is lying. She would have thrown him out already if her father was not standing there. Jang Lim asks for details, but Master Chung is deeply worried. Only the person who placed this gourd can break it. Jang Lim demands to find Chinli, but Jang Ran merely shrugs. She tells him her brother took Chinli, so Jang Lim orders her to call. Thoroughly confused by all this, she dials her brother. Jang Jun rushes right back inside, demanding to know what the big emergency is. Jang Lim explains Master Chung solved the mystery, but needs to speak with Chinli. The old expert explains he saw dark energy leaking out everywhere. He sensed the heavy dark aura pooling around the hotel and found this gourd. Chinli asks if that is not the same gourd he hid earlier. Jang Jun asks what is up with this mysterious gourd. Master Chung laughs, admitting he never expected their savior to be so young. The younger generation truly surprises him. Without this artifact, they were doomed. Could have easily ended in a massive disaster. Zhangla suggests that since the jade gourd can keep the cursed formation in check, they should be totally fine. But Chinli warns that the threat is far from over. He remembers how that vicious, deadly energy formation trapped the poor woman who leaped from the building. He had to hurl the jade gourd right into its pulsing center, just to temporarily suppress the evil force. Moments later, they head up to the rooftop. Chinli quickly points out that this is the array's absolute weakest spot. Chinli asks Master Chung if he can borrow some coins. The old man gladly hands them over, telling him to do his thing. Chinli nods in thanks and casts a swift spell on a coin, unleashing a wild burst of dark energy. Vile spirits screech and scatter. Master Chung admits he never imagined such a vicious formation could pack the punch of a real high-tier demon. Chinli keeps up his focus. Jang Jun stands there completely baffled by Chinli's movements, which look like a literal storm of spiritual power. Chinli assures them it is finished and the victim who tried to leap from the ledge should be completely safe now. Master Chung remarks that today was quite the eye-opener for an old cultivator like him. Jang Lim steps forward, deeply grateful for Chinli's timely help, saying that without him, his daughter's grand hotel would be in complete ruins. He then quietly tells Chinli not to take his daughter's attitude to heart, since she has a massive short fuse. Chinli smiles, saying it's really no big deal. Meanwhile, over at Ming Palace, Jiang Jun complains that he hasn't had the time to show Qinli around much over the last couple of days, but today he's treating him to an awesome spot. As they head inside, he asks manager Jai for a nice private dining room, but the manager bows apologetically, explaining that Ming Palace is fully booked out for the entire day. Jiang Jun frowns, wondering if the place is actually packed or if they're playing games. Manager Jai quickly explains that they simply cannot risk offending a certain high-status customer. Jiang Jun snaps back, reminding him who he's dealing with, when a smug noble steps in, sarcastically addressing him as young Master Ju Sol smirked, saying he occasionally mingles with common people, so his only chance to flex his high status is in a tiny city. Like Jiangchen, annoyed, Jiang Jun asks if this clown honestly thinks his family is actually relevant enough in changing to act like celebrities. Young Master Ju fires back, arguing that while they aren't the absolute top family, they still hold serious power in Shangjing. He boasts that it is infinitely better than the Jiang clan, desperately trying to squeeze into the capital, only to get rejected every single time. Jiang Jun instantly warns him to watch his mouth, bringing up how he beat him into a hospital bed last year. Qinli notes that this arrogant guy looks pretty tough on the outside, but since Jiang Jun previously thrashed him and sent him to the ER, he wonders how strong Jiang Jun actually is. Suddenly, Ju Sol lunges and strikes Jiang Jun, asking him if he truly believes he is the exact same weakling from last year. Jiang Jun blocks Ju Sol's heavy blow with his forearm, instantly realizing how much stronger his rival has become. Seizing the momentum, Ju Sol unleashes another vicious strike, shouting that it is way too late to beg for mercy, even if he kneels down and calls him grandpa. He openly sneers at the entire Jiang clan for getting kicked out of Shangjing, mocking their useless struggles. Ju Sol targets Jiang Jun, vowing to help the Ju family get rid of him. He openly calls Jiang Jun useless trash, utterly disregarding his own family lineage. But Qin Li steps in, getting between them and easily throwing Ju Sol aside. Jiang Jun is completely shocked, asking Qin Li where he learned to fight. He is just a doctor, but Ju Sol senses danger. He realizes Qin Li might actually be a highly skilled martial arts master, perhaps even stronger than his own cousin, who just returned from military service. Ju Sol backs off for now, warning Jiang Jun that his luck will run out. He promises payback later. Once he leaves, Jiang Jun deeply thanks Qin Li. Without his help, things would have ended very badly indeed. Qin Li says he could not just watch a friend get beaten to a pulp. After all, they were supposed to be sparring, not fighting to the death. Jiang Jun invites him to lunch, remembering his friend has an afternoon flight. He mentions that his younger sister is also flying out to see a classmate. In fact, he booked her on this exact flight to keep a close eye on her. Soon enough, Qin Li is on board, listening to the standard flight announcements. The crew begins serving snacks and drinks to the passengers. Jiang Ran spots Qin Li attempting to hide behind a generic magazine. Why does this guy keep showing up wherever she goes? He politely says hello, but she ignores him completely and walks away. Suddenly, a pushy passenger named Lao San grabs her shoulder inappropriately. Jiang Ran screams, drawing the attention of a nearby attendant. She accuses him of harassment, but the creep just shrugs it off. The captain quickly steps in, demanding an apology for his rude behavior. If Lao San refuses, they will report him to the airline authorities. They can easily blacklist him from ever flying on their planes again. But wait, out of nowhere, a gunman sneaks up behind the captain. Holding a gun, he asks if he is the captain. The armed punk then compliments Lao San on his convincing performance. It was all an act. Both criminals head to the restroom together. Qin Li warns Jiang Ran to stay inside and keep the door locked. He plans to step out and deal with the hijackers directly. She thinks he is insane to mess with armed and dangerous criminals. She begs him to just hand over his wallet, and stay safe. Honestly, Chin-li secretly finds her constant whining incredibly irritating. Outside, Lao San is aggressively looting the terrified passengers. He grumbles because he has not found a single rich passenger yet. The thug even points his weapon at a sobbing child, threatening them. That is when Chin-li suddenly appears, landing a devastating punch on Lao San. The other hijacker screams at him to freeze, aiming his weapon. Chin-li ducks behind a seat, realizing the distance is too risky. He tries to close the gap to strike, but the criminal fires a shot. A bit later, Jang Ran bandages his shoulder, asking why he interfered. She does not get why he did not just hide in safety. She asks if he has some massive hero complex, but the flight attendant approaches. Without her boyfriend, everyone on that flight would have been in deep trouble. Jang Ran quickly clarifies that they aren't dating. Soon, the plane lands. Chin-li steps off and she immediately asks where he is heading next. He replies that he's just going back home, after getting shot. Where else? She mentions she is totally new to Yang Chang, since she is his friend's sister. She expects him to show her around. She even plans to visit tomorrow, and expects him to handle all her meals. Honestly, Chin-li finds this completely ridiculous. No wonder poor Jang Jun always looks so miserable. She bullies him constantly. Later at the clinic, Linking admits she never expected him to defeat that gunman with his bare hands. He casually shrugs it off. It was an extreme situation with 0 weapons around, she thinks. Even a special forces team couldn't do better. He shifts the subject, asking if she thinks her lost teammates might still be alive, and if he can actually find them. She is shocked by this. He says he can definitely track them down. She asks if she will really see them. Again, he asks how she'll ever know without trying. Right then, she starts crying and agrees, promising to share all their files. He realizes even this tough girl has a real soft spot. She hands him a bag, explaining she kept these files for years, never believing they'd ever be useful. He promises he'll do his absolute best to bring them back. Later, he heads back to his villa. Ching Yin Chu is busy working on her laptop. When she spots him, she notes he looks exhausted. He replies that thankfully everything is resolved, but notices she looks highly stressed out, running her brand new company and working herself to the bone. She turns her laptop, showing him she's doing great and has good news. Their recently launched trial product is already creating an incredible buzz. He compliments her natural talent for running a cosmetics business. She thanks him, noting she only started this company because of his help. Now she can build her career. Then she changes the subject, mentioning she has a big meeting in Yongqing tomorrow afternoon. The former head of her old company invited her, but she really hates the idea of seeing him. Chin-li asks if she wants to go, and she says yes, explaining it is the largest business gathering in all of Yongqing. She hopes to make valuable industry connections, but worries they will try to humiliate her. He reassures her, pointing out they probably just want to make her look bad. He asks if she is still worried about competing with Sky Eagle Company. She stresses that the massive gap between their resources is terrifying. He tells her not to worry and promises to attend the event with her. A bit later, Chin-li is in his private room, using magic to treat his wound. It is almost fully healed. Just then, Ching Yin Chu walks in and asks if he is hurt. He says it is just a scratch. She tells him to be careful out there, adding that her father is still eagerly waiting for a grandchild. He gets it, but points out that having a baby requires a bit more than that. He then asks if she actually likes girls. She is not sure how to respond, but opens up about her past. She explains that before meeting him, she fell for a cheating senior, an experience that completely shattered her. The trauma left her absolutely terrified of getting close to any man. She even tried dating girls instead, only to be betrayed all over again. He listened quietly, telling her not to worry because he would protect her from now on. Nobody would ever hurt her again. and she apologized for everything. Chinli held her close, whispering that they should just leave the past behind them. By the next morning, a local street sweeper was out cleaning the roads. He grumbled about how wild the wind was last night, forcing him to sweep again. Indoors, Ching Yun-chu told Chinli to wash his hands and get ready to eat. He asked if she was all right and offered to help, but she declined. He reminded her about the exchange meeting later today, and she softly agreed. Soon after, they pulled up to a fancy car dealership instead. Confused, she asked why they were visiting a 4S store instead of the meeting. He explained they would be traveling constantly for business, so they needed their own wheels. It was much better than constantly borrowing her father's vehicle all the time. She pointed out a vehicle, asking his opinion. He smiled, mentioning his childhood dream car. Since he always loved off-road vehicles, he eagerly walked over to check it out. As he opened the door, a salesman named Mr. Ma rudely marched over to stop him. The guy yelled at him to freeze, demanding if he knew the price. He warned that even a tiny scratch would cost more than they could afford. Chinli sighed at the familiar cliché, politely apologizing for touching the car. He explained he was just looking, then asked if a test drive was possible. Mr. Ma scoffed, saying a test drive required a massive upfront deposit first. This protected the dealership from damage if a broke customer walked away. Since it was a rare limited edition, Chinli asked about the exact cost. The standard deposit was $80,000, but they could lower it. For him, they would cut the fee to $60,000, Chinli clarified. He asked if half that amount was required, and the salesman nodded. Chinli quickly reviewed his finances, still eager to take it for a spin. He wondered how much longer he could keep up this ridiculous act. She spoke up, suggesting they leave if their business was not wanted here. Chinli smiled, telling her he would follow her lead. Since this store rejected them, they would simply find a better dealership. Mr. Ma sneered, muttering that they could not afford a single thing anyway. He muttered that leaving was the best option anyway. Their outfits looked so incredibly cheap, even beggars would reject wearing them. Then his coworker mentioned that the upscale dealership across the street was busy. Apparently, some high-end buyers had just walked right into that showroom. Mr. Ma could not believe those broke youngsters actually went inside. Unreal. Inside the competitor's shop, Manager Wang warmly welcomed Chinli and showed him around. He asked for his opinion on a gorgeous luxury car, the Aventador. The supercar cost around $800,000, and he offered a test drive. Suddenly, Mr. Ma burst in, demanding to know why Manager Wang permitted this. He insisted these two had just come from his shop, totally unable to pay. They could not even afford a $100,000 car, let alone this. He calmly said it was fine, explaining that taking care of every customer was their basic duty. Chinli then asked how they could be so sure he could not afford it. Handing over his card, he declared there was no need to test the car. He was buying it with full payment. Manager Wang took the card, confirmed everything, and assured him he would take them to the VIP room. Mr. Ma was totally shocked, thinking to himself that he never expected to just hand over such a huge amount to the other guy for nothing. Manager Wang asked them to wait in the VIP room, promising to speed up all the paperwork. He then turned to Mr. Ma, thanking him for sending such a valuable customer his way. Later that evening, the scene shifted to the Chengtu building. Chinli told Ching Yinchu that the clothes she just picked out for him were really stylish. She replied that his old clothes were super dated and he really needed to get some decent outfits. Then he got a call from Jiang Ran. He suddenly remembered he had totally forgotten about her. He told Ching Yinchu he was going to answer the call and asked her to wait for him there. He stepped outside to take the call, answering that he was at the Yonk Business Exchange meeting and asking what Jiang Ran needed. Jiang Ran asked why he had not come to pick her up at the event. He replied that he was on the top floor of the Shungu building. Just then, Qing Yinchu showed up and told him she was there. 2. He apologized and asked if she could pick someone up for him. Explaining he was not very familiar with the area, she asks who the person is. He tells her it is Miss Jiang Ran, a member of his family, who is staying on the second floor of the Xing 2 building. She agrees to go right away. Wondering when Miss Jiang Ran arrived in Yonk and if their family even knew she was staying at the Shungu building. Meanwhile, director Liu Xian walks up too. Qing Yinchu saying she asked her to come and she actually showed up. Liu Xian immediately starts making nasty comments about Qing Yinchu's clothes, calling her outfit provocative and asking which millionaire she was trying to seduce. Qing Yinchu tells her to watch her mouth, but Liu Xian just slaps her and tells her to leave, saying it is not her place to give advice. She adds that just because Qing Yinchu quit does not mean she will not pursue her. Just then, Qin Li arrives, asking what is going on while noticing her bruised face. Liu Xian asks if he is not Qing Yinchu's husband, calling him a trash husband, suggesting he should help discipline his wife. Qin Li asks if she hit his wife, and Liu Xian admits it. Qin Li immediately punches her and throws her aside, demanding to know how she dared to hit his wife. Liu Xian screams, claiming Qing Yinchu and her husband assaulted her. Manager Chen shows up and asks what the commotion is about. Liu Xian tells him that Qing Yinchu let her husband assault her. Manager Chen asks how she could let her husband attack her and why she has not knelt down to apologize yet. Qing Yinchu admits she should apologize and that she started the conflict. She also mentions she left Sky Eagle a while ago. Manager Chen scoffs, saying starting a new company does not make her a big shot. He points out that they just landed a huge contract with the Jiang family, which means they are basically connected to the Jiangs now. He warns Qing Yinchu not to mess with him, or she will not be able to. Back in Yangcheng, Jiang Ran walks right in and asks what all the commotion is about. Director Liu Zijian immediately snaps at her, demanding to know who she thinks she is too. Interfere, Jiang Chuchu steps up and explains that she is the Jiang family's actual young miss. Manager Chen gasps in shock and asks what she is doing there. Director Liu Zijian quickly introduces herself to Jiang Chuchu as Skyhawk's director, while also introducing Manager Chen. Jiang Chuchu coldly asks if Liu Zijian was the one scolding young Miss Jiang Ran. Liu Zijian quickly denies it, calling it a huge misunderstanding. She claims they only came for business, but that Qin Li is the one who struck her. Manager Chen agrees, pointing out Liu Zijian's swollen face and insisting they were severely mistreated. They then try to appeal to Jiang Chuchu, calling themselves business partners and begging for help with the mess. Jiang Chuchu coldly asks if their company is indeed Skyhawk. Manager Chen eagerly nods. She then announces that their current business contract is officially terminated and the Jiang Group will pay the penalty fee. Liu Zijian stares, asking if she is confused about who they are. Manager Chen argues that the culprits should be punished, but Jiang Chuchu disagrees, saying she is not wrong. She points out they insulted Miss Jiang Ran and offended their second largest shareholder in both Jiang Group and Yangcheng and disrespected their young master's close friend. Manager Chen is dumbfounded, arguing that Chu Qingyan is just his former subordinate who could never be a shareholder of the massive Jiang Group. He instantly regrets not knowing about their powerful background much sooner. Knowing he would have acted completely differently, Jiang Ran notes this is the absolute first time an outsider has dared to scold her, telling Jiang Chuchu to deal with them. Jiang Chuchu asks if they will leave quietly or if she needs to have security throw them out. Jiang Ran then smiles, welcoming Qin Li and saying his timing for the business meeting was absolutely perfect. Qin Li thanks her, but she teasingly suggests that if he truly wants to show his gratitude, he should pour her a glass of wine first. Chu Qingyan immediately steps up, offering to pour the drink while politely thanking Miss Jiang Ran for helping them out earlier. Jiang Ran asks who Chu Qingyan is, and Qin Li clarifies that she is his wife. Jiang Ran recalls her brother mentioning this, realizing that Qin Li is actually married. Chu Qingyan notices that Miss Jiang Ran is looking at Qin Li quite differently. Jiang Ran then waves off her earlier help as a minor favor, telling Chu Qingyan she does not need to trouble herself pouring wine. Chu Qingyan appreciates the gesture, still wanting to thank Jiang Ran on her husband's behalf. Qin Li watches the tense exchange and gets the distinct feeling he should quickly make his exit. He says he is heading downstairs, but both women immediately snap that he is not escaping that easily. He quickly claims he is only visiting the restroom. Slipping out of the main hall, he mumbles that those two are giving him a massive headache. Jiang Chuchu overhears his sigh and asks if Qin Li has something on his mind too. He replies that he honestly has no idea why they both suddenly got so incredibly angry. She playfully teases that it is simply because of his outstanding qualities. He then shifts to a serious matter he needs to discuss, handing her a flash drive. He explains that he needs to locate the specific people listed inside and asks if she can get Jiang Zai to help gather this vital information. He stresses that keeping personal identities completely private was vital to him. She thanked him. She appreciated his trust, promising to deliver the documents to Mr. Zhang herself. Then she asks if he is returning to the banquet hall, and he promises to be back shortly. A bit later, Qin Lei and Qing Chu are driving back together when he asks what she and Zhang Ran discussed for such a long time. She jokes that they only talked about how much he annoys her. He quickly defends himself, but she just laughs it off as a joke. Qing Chu admits Miss Zhang is actually quite lovely, but then adds a twist. Apparently, Miss Zhang mentioned he owes her dinner, and honestly, she is totally interested. Qin Li explains that Qing Chu only came to Yangchang to meet a friend. He promised to watch over her, never expecting things to get this complicated. Qing Chu nods, letting him know she already understands the situation. She then mentions that Mr. Zhen approached her with a brand new offer. He wants her to go to Yongqing on business and asks what she thinks. Though she has some doubts, she refuses to stay stuck in one place. Yongqing offers far better opportunities and resources for her career. Qin Li admits he has been weighing the exact same move. It is a tough choice, prompting her to ask if he will join her. He promises that if she goes, he will follow once his clinic duties are wrapped up. When they arrive home, they find Chu Tan waiting outside for them. She is thrilled they are back and immediately starts questioning Qing Chu. She wants to know if Qin Li actually bought this insanely massive villa. Even the richest kid in their entire class does not live like this. Laughing, Chu Tan taps her own head, apologizing for being so loud. She playfully calls him brother-in-law, caught up in the excitement. Qin Li is thrilled. Who wouldn't love hearing that? She then teases him about his wealth, asking where all this cash came from. Qin Li smiles, reassuring her that he earned it through honest, hard work. He shifts the focus, asking why she has paid them a visit. Offering her a drink, he listens as Chu Tan remembers her main purpose. Their school is holding a big sorority event in a few days. She reminds him of his promise to be her date for the night. Since her sister kept claiming he was busy, she had to track him down herself. Qin Li finally remembers the event, realizing she was not joking after all. Chu Tan pouts, asking if he is trying to bail on her again. He chuckles, teasing that she should just stay home if she is scared. But she refuses, since hiding like a coward would be completely embarrassing. She needs him there to save face in front of her classmates. Qing Chu steps in, telling him he really should keep his word. Qin Li agrees, and Chu Tan squeals in pure delight at her victory. She brings up their past promise, making sure he does not forget. Qin Li merely laughs, playing dumb about what she is referencing. Overflowing with joy, Chu Tan suddenly demands a feast of pork ribs. Qin Li laughs at her appetite, telling her to help him in the kitchen. He offers to cook her favorite meal, while Qing Chu smiles at the chaos. Help is on the way. Flash forward 1 month to Qinli's medical clinic. Qinli walks inside while Qing Yinchu waits. He thinks about how Ling King is improving. She is incredibly skilled now, but since she has not heard from her comrades lately, he figures this is the perfect time, a time to discuss something deeply important. But first, Ling King asks a question. What happens to the clinic after he leaves? Qinli tells her to relax. Other highly respected Chinese doctors will be here soon. They will run things in days. Then, he casually drops another bit of news. He hired people to search for her teammates. He makes a solid promise. Promising to update her immediately. Deeply touched by his kindness, she thanks him. Qinli then hands over a set of keys. He offers her his villa to live in once he departs. He is even willing to accompany her to Jiangking, but Ling King instantly hesitates. She insists he does not need to do all that. Honestly, she feels she owes him her life. Her plan is to stay and run the clinic, but Qinli quickly shakes his head. He views her as a true friend, no debts. Suddenly, Qing Yinchu calls out. She warns Qinli that it is time to go, otherwise they will miss their flight. He nods it is time. Next, we cut to Qinli's beautiful villa in Jiangchen. Guards are carefully carrying his belongings inside, shouting at each other to be gentle. Qing Yinchu remarks that they finally arrived. It was such a long journey. Qinli smiles, noting it has been a very long time since he last stood here. She thanks Jiang Jun for handling everything in Zhangchang and getting them settled. He just laughs. He tells his sister-in-law she is more than welcome. Jiang Jun explains that Qinli is his brother. This is just a small favor. Plus, since Qing Yinchu is a Jiang Group partner, she should not worry. Qinli replies that he will be relying on Jiang Jun's care in Jiangchen. Jiang Jun laughs it off. No need to be so formal between brothers. He mentions he has an appointment with a colleague today, an important introduction. He wants Qinli to join. Qinli turns to his wife, saying he must leave. She tells him she will manage the home. Go ahead, do your thing. She encourages him to go if he has something important to do. No worries. A short while later, Qinli and Jiang Jun arrive together at the Grand Ming Palace. Jiang Jun explains this guy is a highly educated doctor, famous in Jiangchen. He even established a massive, highly successful medical clinic called Xingfeng Tang back home. Jiang Jun figured Qinli would be interested since he wants to open a clinic. So he offered an introduction, but then Jiang Jun spills some juicy tea. Apparently, this doctor has been trying hard to win over his younger sister. But she turned him down cold, and guess what? It is because of Qinli. Qinli is completely stunned. He asks if she really rejected him over him. Jiang Jun confirms it. His sister literally views Qinli as her absolute idol. Any guy who wants her affection has to be on his level, standard set. He opens the door. They have arrived. Jiang Ran greets them warmly. She says it has been far too long. He agrees it certainly has. Dr. Xiaowenbo sneers, asking if this is the legendary doctor she talks about. Qinli calmly greets him and confirms his identity, nothing to hide. Dr. Xiaowenbo scoffs. He expected a medical genius, not a country bumpkin. Qinli can only wonder what on earth this guy's problem actually is. Jiang Ran pointed this out to him, noticing how incredibly angry Dr. Xiao Wenbo seemed. Dr. Xiao Wenbo quickly snapped back that someone like Qinli was not even worthy of being. His rival, Qinli, stood there completely confused, wondering what Jiang Ran had actually said about him to trigger such a massive, arrogant bias. Meanwhile, Dr. Xiao Wenbo proudly declared he held a medical degree from the prestigious Arrowbridge University in the United States and had even taken home a massive pile of international medical awards. Then, gesturing toward Qinli, he challenged Jiang Ran by asking if she honestly believed this random guy could ever compete with him. He even boasted about successfully curing President Pantel of the United States of a stubborn, polycystic tumor, before mockingly asking what Qinli could ever achieve, but Jiang Ran shot right back. asking how he could be so sure that Qin Lei was not as skilled, suggesting there were probably still plenty of things Dr. Zhao Wenbo could learn from him. Dr. Zhao Wenbo grew incredibly furious, but then, right on cue, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up, sounding annoyed since he was supposed to be off duty. But the caller frantically urged Dr. Zhao Wenbo to return to the hospital immediately, because the patient in room 903 had suddenly taken a terrible turn. Shocked, he yelled out in disbelief, promising to be right there before hanging up. He hurriedly explained to Jiang Ran that a critical emergency required his presence, cutting their day short. But Jiang Ran calmly told him that it was completely and totally fine. A doctor's job always comes first. Then she playfully suggested that they all tag along to watch the great Dr. Zhao Wenbo work his apparent medical miracles. She even added that Qin Li might be able to help. The arrogant doctor scoffed, challenging Qin Li to tag along if he actually had the guts. Jiang Ran instantly agreed. She held Dr. Zhao Wenbo to his word, no backing out now. If Qin Li could somehow cure the patient, the doctor would have to respect him. But if he failed, he promised to stop bothering her forever. Qin Li quietly realized the clever girl was using him as her personal shield. Pretty smart move, honestly. At the clinic, where Dr. Zhao Wenbo immediately demanded an update on the patient and whether the prescribed medication had been administered, but the nurse quickly warned the patient was in terrible shape. Just then, Grandfather Jiang stepped up forward, furiously shouting that the doctor had finally decided to show his face. His men roughly grabbed Dr. Zhao Wenbo, who panicked and demanded to know why. Grandfather Jiang roared that their young master, Xu Jinran, was currently dying, and grabbed the trembling Dr. Zhao Wenbo tightly by the collar. He furiously accused him of failing to fulfill his promise to cure Xu Jinran. Dr. Zhao Wenbo tried to de-escalate, stammering that his medical methods could not possibly be wrong, begging for a chance to examine the young master. He desperately promised that they could do whatever they wanted to him if he failed this time. Grandfather Jiang raised his hand to deliver a harsh slap, but Qin Li intervened. Qin Li firmly stopped him. Violence would not solve anything. It would not save Xu Jinran. Instead, let the doctor work. Grandfather Jiang turned, barking at him. Who even are you? He asked if this useless doctor's friend wanted a beating too. Qin Li calmly released his grip, advising him to let the doctor go immediately. He cryptically added that this exact moment was their turning point. Qin Li explained that the patient's condition was checked, and no one could guarantee if he would recover or get worse. Grandfather Jiang thought about it, realizing the young man's words made sense, and finally let go of Zia Wenbo. Zia Wenbo could not believe his luck. He had not gotten any favors from Qin Li yet, and now Qin Li was doing him a massive favor. Grandfather Jiang grabbed him again, demanding to know why he was still hesitating. Grandfather Jiang ordered Zia Wenbo to go inside and examine the patient, warning him that he could not guarantee he would not beat him up again later. They all went into the room, where Zia Wenbo immediately checked the patient's pulse. Meanwhile, Qin Li silently realized that the poison inside this body was incredibly complex, and he could not feel any trace of life left. Qin Li believed he must have missed something and leaned in closer to inspect him. Zia Wenbo, fully aware that Grandfather Jiang was standing right behind him, knew he absolutely could not afford any slip-ups. He secretly glanced back at Grandfather Jiang, reminding himself he just needed to stay focused. Zia Wenbo recalled how he had overcome countless obstacles before, so this should be simple, just like always. But then Qin Li suddenly spoke up, telling Zia Wenbo to stop immediately. He asked if the doctor was trying to murder the patient. Zia Wenbo nervously replied that he was scared that continuing with the acupuncture needles might actually kill the patient. He pulled open the patient's collar, revealing a horrifying wound, and told him to look at it. Qin Li asked when such a massive tumor had appeared, admitting he did not expect the infection to spread so rapidly. Qin Li stated that to save the young master, all of his internal organs needed to be replaced. Right then, the patient's vital signs plummeted. Grandfather Zheng shouted, demanding they save his life instead of just standing around. Zia Wenbo looked terrified, trembling as he muttered that it was already too late. Qin Li ordered the doctor to help him immediately, explaining they needed to stabilize the patients. Lim's grandfather Zheng frantically asked what they were doing, warning them that this was his family's precious young master. Zia Wenbo tried to protest, claiming he could not do anything, asking if Qin Li realized whose hospital room they were in. Now watch closely, Qin Li told him to shut up as he used his needle technique. Rapidly healing the wound, he reassured the young master that everything was fine now. He would wake up soon, and after a final checkup, there would be no more trouble. Zia Wenbo checked the heart rate monitor and noticed the patient's heartbeat had returned to normal. The patient woke up, and grandfather Zheng burst into tears of joy, sobbing that young master Zhu Jin was finally awake and feared that he was going to die. The young master asked grandfather Zheng where they were. Grandfather Zheng explained they were in the Jiang City hospital, pointing to Qin Li and explaining he was the doctor who had just saved his life. The young master then asked Qin Li why he was there. Qin Li was stunned and asked what he meant, wondering if they had met before. The young master apologized, saying he was sorry because he honestly thought Qin Li was a friend of his from Beijing. Qin Li wondered if it was Beijing again, thinking it could just be a coincidence. Grandfather Zheng then asked if the young master was finally out of danger. Qin Li replied there were no major issues remained, but he still needed those medical records to prescribe some supplements. Grandfather Gang handed them over, apologizing. Qin Li took the files. He scanned them carefully. He had zero memories of Beijing. Pretty mysterious, right? He really needed to investigate. Dr. Zionbo then spoke up, asking a question. He offered Qin Li the deputy chief doctor role at Chengfang Hall. But Qin Li pointed out that Chengfang Hall still lacked a proper chief master. Young Master Xu Jinren was absolutely shocked and felt incredibly grateful. He thanked Qin Li profusely, promising to repay this massive favor once he was discharged. Qin Li modestly shrugged, telling him there was absolutely no need for such formalities. He was just there by chance. Meanwhile, Xu Jinren told grandfather Gang to book a private room for 3 days at the famous Heaven and Earth Hotel in Jiang City. Grandfather Gang agreed and quickly left, while Xu Jinren turned back to Qin Li. He repeated his invitation, hoping Qin Li would join them when the day arrived. Qin Li simply advised him to get some rest and not push his body too much anymore. After leaving, Qin Li and Zhang Jun sat together in the car. Zhang Jun eagerly asked about the patient, and Qin Li admitted he was no ordinary guy. The man was clearly a high-class elite, definitely not your average everyday person at all. He wanted to know their bodyguard's name, and Qin Li gladly filled him in. Qin Li mentioned Xu Jinren, noting their very distinct northern accents. They were likely from the highly influential and very wealthy Xu family based in Beijing. Qin Li explained they were a powerful aristocratic clan, just like Zhang Jun's own family. They were a major family, but get this, someone targeted and completely ruined them. Driven out completely by the city's owner, they were suddenly pushed into a desperate spot. He had to find a rare blood jade for the grandfather's birthday. But things got incredibly complicated when the old lady fell seriously ill out of nowhere. They hadn't found a single solution yet, leaving the entire family looking pretty desperate. Still, he hated the idea of bothering Qin Li with any of his family's mess. Qin Li frowned deeply, asking if he forgot they were supposed to be brothers. Zhang Jun smiled. While he remembered their close bond, Qin Li was the expert here. Qin Li promised he would handle the sickness, strongly reinforcing their powerful brotherly bond. He added that he had already personally reached out to the company's chief executive officer. He assured him his sister was fully taken care of by that cosmetics firm. Jang Jun felt incredibly relieved, thanking his loyal brother for everything. 3 days later, Chin Li finally arrived at the grand and luxurious Heaven and Earth Hotel. Xu Jinren immediately ran up to greet him. He declared that without Chin Li's legendary medical skills, he would not be standing here. He enthusiastically urged everyone in the room to raise a glass. They raised a massive toast to the brilliant Dr. Chin Li. However, Chin Li politely declined, explaining he was still recovering. He was still recovering from illness and had to avoid alcohol. Xu Jinren just laughed it off, asking if he was actually surprised about his true identity. Chin Li simply shrugged, saying to him the man was just another patient. But Xu Jinren was serious, emphasizing that he genuinely wanted to become true lifelong friends. Suddenly, a loud, demanding voice cut right through the party. He calls out, "Don't just stand there, come join the fun." The others laugh. They whisper about how rare it is for Xujin Ran to hang out, but suddenly, heavily armed thugs from the serious gang barge in. The leader shoves Xujin Ran's friend. He demands to know if this weakling belongs to Xujin Ran's group. He snaps that the guy spilled wine on him. The terrified friend stammers. He insists he did not spill a single drop. Xujin Ran steps forward. He asks if there is some kind of misunderstanding between them. The leader cuts him off, barking that the rule breaker must pay right now. If they do not want any trouble, they need to get out immediately. A nervous friend whispers to Xujin Ran, warning him about this group. He explains that while the Jiang family officially runs Jiang City on the surface, most people have no clue about the massive underground power of this gang. Their dark influence stretches across the entire city, corrupting everything. They are even ranked as one of the absolute top syndicates in Beijing. Their core members are brutal martial artists who wield a secret technique. They call it the Dark Power, a lethal force nobody wants to mess with. Another panicked friend mutters that they should probably head out early. The terrified victim pleads with the thugs, hoping they will listen. He gasps that he only dropped some cash near the wine rack. He was not trying to spy on them. Xujin Ran steps in. He offers to pay for whatever damages they claim to have suffered. He asks how much it will take to settle this. They just mock him. The thugs laugh, asking if he thinks they are some cheap street beggars. If he wants to pay his way out, things will get very ugly. Instead, they offer a deal, survive one clean punch, and they can leave. Now watch, Xujin Ran realizes this is a direct, deliberate provocation. Suddenly, Chin Li steps up, asking if the gang is serious about that offer. He asks how they would feel if he took the hit instead. Xujin Ran stares in shock. Why is Chin Li still here? Chin Li just grins. He tells him not to worry, turning to the thug to take his best shot. He says he is just playing around and promises not to hurt them. With a calm smile, Chin Li steps up and politely asks for mercy. The gang just bursts out laughing, treating his words like a complete joke. One fighter sneers, taunting him to see if he can actually take it. The thug winds up and unleashes a heavy, crushing blow right at him. Chin Li stops it effortlessly. He notes that this kid actually knows dark energy. Just like him, he feels the familiar power. He smiles, just blocking is boring. Chin Li channels his own inner energy to crush the incoming force. Since this young punk plays with dark power, there is no need to hold back. Chin Li dares him to feel true strength as he unleashes his counterattack. Fists collide in a split second as they desperately try to block. Meanwhile, Xujin Ran steps in and announces his prestigious family name. He demands respect for the Beijing Shu family, trying to halt the violence. The thugs laugh at his arrogance, sensing he is actually an army man. Xujin Ran narrows his eyes, immediately confirming his elite military background. It was indeed young Master Xujin Ran, effectively putting a swift end to the ongoing dispute. Shu Jinran whispered that not everyone knew his true identity, but he really hoped his brother could keep everything under wraps. His brother quickly reassured him, saying it was no big deal and there was absolutely nothing to worry about. The serious gang member was quite surprised to see someone as incredibly powerful as a young master standing there. He then turned to Qin Lei, asking which expert he'd studied under. Qin Lei, playing it cool, simply claimed he was a regular doctor who just did some exercises in his spare time. The gang member chuckled, telling Qin Lei that if he ever thought about joining their gang, he should just reach out to him to sort things out. Shu Jinran seemed surprised by Qin Li's immense physical strength. Qin Li modestly suggested that the people he'd sparred with probably hadn't wanted to go all out, which made him look so strong. Shu Jinran just chuckled, warmly complimenting Qin Lei and saying he was way too humble. Shu Jinran mentioned he'd been away from Beijing for a bit, but planned to head back in a couple of days, inviting Qin Lei to visit the Shu family in Beijing sometime so they could hang out. Qin Lei simply agreed. The scene then shifted to Qin Lei's home, where he was busy on the phone. Yung Jan reminded him about their promise to travel to Beijing together. Pointing out that there were only 3 days left until next Monday, he stressed how important it was to be super prepared since the Jiang family was one of Beijing's top families, and they agreed to meet at 8 a.m. After hanging up, Qin Li looked down at his jade gourd, deeply thinking about their upcoming trip to Beijing. He wondered why he felt so nervous. Seriously, what was there to fear? Young Master Shu Jinran, he set the jade gourd down, pondering his own lack of confidence. Realizing he hadn't practiced in ages, he began meditating, thinking about the exercises the old man had taught him, realizing that despite the massive cost, the old man might have only taught him pretty common skills. He still wasn't sure about the identity or strength of the people who had taken his parents, meaning he absolutely needed to boost his own abilities. Even if he found his parents, he was still worried that reuniting with them might be tough. The next morning, Yung Jan showed up at Qin Li's house, asking if he was fully ready to go. Qin Li replied that he was almost done and just needed a little more time. He then came out carrying several parcels. Yung Jan asked what was inside, and Qin Li loaded the bags in, explaining they were just clothes Qin Yanchu had bought for him in Jiang City, along with some food. He realized he'd forgotten his shoes, but Yung Jan stopped him from going back inside, saying it wasn't necessary since anything he had at home could easily be found in Beijing. They then headed to the airport to catch their flight to the capital. While driving around Beijing, Yung Jan suggested that his good brother should check out some famous clothing stores nearby to buy some sharp new clothes. Qin Lei spotted a price tag for a piece of clothing that cost 10 million RMB. After shopping, they went to a restaurant for lunch. Qin Li looked at the menu and remarked that prices in Beijing were pretty high, definitely not affordable for ordinary folks. Yung Jan just laughed, saying this was actually a pretty ordinary spot, hinting that his good brother would treat him to much pricier spots later on. Qin Li asked about the venue, and their detour led them straight to a local snooker club. There, a gray-haired girl recognized the Jiang family young master and welcomed him warmly. She mentioned it had been a long time, assuring them she had plenty of open spots. The girl invited them both inside to play a few frames, and while they played, meanwhile, the gray-haired girl made a quick phone call, asking someone about young Master Zhu to let them know Jiang Zhen had arrived, then complimented Qin Li on his rapid progress at the table, and Qin Li was genuinely enjoying the game. After losing to Jiang Zhen in 30 straight games, Jiang Zhen suggested playing one more round, but Qin Li politely declined, suggesting they save it. Jiang Zhen then reminded him about the major family birthday event they had to attend tomorrow. Noticing his deep concern, Qin Li asked what was wrong. Jiang Zhen explained that the birthday gifts for tomorrow might be hard to return. He then asked Qin Li straight out if anyone had been actively blocking his path lately. Chinli confirmed it, explaining that his father had been framed a long time ago, which ultimately triggered a massive car accident that left multiple family members severely injured. That tragic incident was the sole reason he got kicked out of the family. Even though the culprit who framed his father was eventually caught, he never had a chance to explain anything to his grandfather face to face, leaving him worried about meeting him. Worse yet, he could feel that something was deeply wrong with his own body. Chinli agreed to examine Jiang Zhen tomorrow, but right at that moment, Zhu walked in with several police officers, immediately calling out to young master Jiang Zhen. He acted totally surprised to see them, while Jiang Zhen shouted out Zhu's name. Zhu then told the police chief that Jiang Zhen was causing trouble and damaging public property in this club. Instantly, the chief ordered his officers to arrest them all. For questioning, Chinli tried to step forward, but Jiang Zhen quickly stopped him and urged him to escape while he still could, explaining that Zhu's family was targeting him specifically, meaning he had to find his father to settle things. Chinli asked about their power, and Jiang Zhen replied that while they might not be a first-class clan, they still held massive influence here in Beijing. Still, Chinli's questions about the Zhu family surprised his friend, who confirmed he was indeed talking about the Beijing Zhu family. But he emphasized that even though this local branch of the Zhu family was powerful, they were completely eclipsed by the main Zhu family. Chinli wondered why he suddenly brought this up. Jiang Zhen then reminded Chinli about the time he saved someone from the main Zhu family back in Jiang City. Jiang Zhen immediately pulled out his phone to call Zhu Ran. Zhu found this hilarious, mocking Chinli as a clueless outsider who had only just arrived in Beijing and should not be begging for help. Both the chief and Zhu shared a vicious laugh, with Zhu mocking Jiang Zhen for his absolute cowardice. Zhu asserted that no matter what Jiang Zhen tried, escape was completely impossible today. He boasted that in this city, he had nothing to fear, declaring that even if someone from the main Zhu family showed up, they would still owe him some level of respect. Right on cue, Zhu Ran arrived and demanded to know what was happening. Zhu was completely shocked, silently wondering why this legendary young master, Zhu Ran, the infamous little leopard, had a reputation that terrified everyone. Nobody dared to cross him, and Zhu had no idea why he suddenly showed up. Zhu Ran scoffed, asking if Zhu thought his family was above him. Zhu instantly dropped to his knees, desperately begging him not to misunderstand. He swore that his branch of the family truly respected and feared them. Zhu Ran just kicked him to the dirt, calling him a lying snake. He did not care about the trash Zhu talked behind his back. But setting up his savior, that was crossing a line, and the chief panicked. He realized that helping Zhu was as good as betraying the main family. Feeling cornered, he tried to slip away, but Zhu Ran noticed immediately. He barked out Chief Zhao's name, making the officer freeze and bow. He coldly asked the chief if he planned on throwing him in jail, too. Zhao trembled, stammering out that he would never dream of doing that. Zhu scrambled to claim he was just confused, pointing fingers at everyone else. Then pointing right at Jiang Zhen, he furiously called the chief a traitor. Zhu Ran had enough, kicking Zhu to the ground and telling him to scram. He warned them to beat it, and the crowd instantly scattered in fear. Jiang Zhen wondered if this guy was the brother Qin Li's mother mentioned. If so, they were family now, he asked Qin Li when he arrived in Beijing. Qin Li smiled, explaining he had literally just stepped off the train. He thanked Jiang Zhen for the backup, but Jiang Zhen just shrugged it off. He asked what brought Qin Li to Beijing in the first place. Qin Li revealed he came for the elderly matriarch's birthday, planning to treat her. Zhu Ran added that she was not the only sick one in the family. Rumors said the family patriarch was also dealing with some mysterious illness. Sometime later at the Jiang family estate, Qin Li asked about the gifts. Jiang Zhen grinned, patting his bag to show he had everything ready. He gestured toward the main doors, suggesting they head inside together. Qin nodded. Inside, the eldest son, Zhang Jiang, was busy greeting guests. He put on a fake smile, welcoming wealthy visitors with open arms. But get this, his greedy eyes instantly spotted Zhang Jiang approaching the counter. Zhang Jiang went to place his gift on the counter when Jiang barked out. He demanded to know what a peasant like him was doing at the banquet. He sneered that even high-class presents barely pleased the old master. He mocked Zhang Jiang, warning him not to bring cheap garbage inside. He ordered Zhang Jiang to pack up his pathetic trash and leave immediately. He told him not to embarrass the family, while an onlooker watched quietly. The man whispered that this must be the exiled branch from a decade ago. They had been completely cast out, cut off from the main house. Even so, Zhang Jiang still carried the bloodline and had a right to attend. Qin held the wooden gift box tightly, urging them to open it. He suggested everyone take a look at what Zhang Jiang actually brought. Jiang snorted with disgust, claiming there was absolutely nothing worth seeing. He doubted the patriarch would ever want trash, but then the lid opened. Gasps echoed through the room as the stunning contents were finally revealed. Inside, they found a gorgeous piece of jade. Someone immediately recognized it as a 7-colored blood jade. Another guest remarked they never expected to see such an incredible treasure here, proving the Jiang family spent a fortune to get it. Some wealthy guy even offered to buy the jade right then and there. Zhang Jiang stood completely frozen, suddenly realizing this might be the legendary treasure said to grant long life. He quickly tried to smooth things over, telling the crowd he was only joking around with Zhang Zhang. He insisted the blood jade was a gift showing Zhang Zhang's appreciation, and they would happily accept it. Zhang Zhang then asked to go inside, and Zhang Jiang quickly replied they should leave the blood jade right there before heading inside. Short while later at the party, Zhang Zhang muttered that this Jiang family could not be trusted. Zhang Lim quickly nudged him to be quiet before someone overheard them. Zhang Zhang then told Qin to find a table first while he and Zhang Le went to greet the patriarch. Qin agreed, promising to wait right there. After a bit, Qin scanned the guests at the banquet, reflecting on the Jiang family's complex, standing in Shang. Qin realized just how powerful each family member truly was, basically controlling the nation's military, politics, and businesses. He could only worry about the massive hurdles Zhang Zhang and his relatives would face returning home. Suddenly, Jingren spotted him and waved, shouting that he had been searching for Qin forever. Qin was shocked to see him and asked what brought him there. Jingren explained that his family partnered with the Jiangs on business ventures, so they dispatched him and his brother to attend the elder's birthday banquet. Qin was glad to catch up and readily agreed to go meet his siblings. A bit later, Jingren introduced Qin to his younger sister, Zhu Shouyu, and his older brother, Zhu Cheng. Zhu Shouyu asked if he was the doctor who saved her brother. Qin confirmed it and politely greeted her. Zhu Cheng noticed his stare and asked if there was something weird on his face. Qin apologized, explaining it was simply a habit of his profession. Zhu Cheng joked, asking if the doctor thought he had the same sickness. Qin calmly replied that if his guess was correct, Zhu Cheng had just returned from a dangerous mission. Zhu Cheng admitted he was right and told him to explain. Qin pointed out that even though Zhu Cheng looked highly energetic, years of accumulated injuries had caused serious internal damage, slowly leading to a chronic condition. Because of this, he absolutely should not take on any more risky operations in his current state. Jingren anxiously asked if he was sick. Qin warned that if he waited any longer, it would likely become a lifelong condition. Zhu Cheng scoffed, dismissing Qin as nothing but a boastful liar. Qin simply stated that since Zhu Cheng doubted his words, he would drop the matter. Jingren chimed in, saying he witnessed the doctor's skills firsthand, wondering why Zhu Cheng would not let him do an exam. But Zhu Chang snapped in annoyance, telling Zhu Jingren to shut up and mind his business. Saying it was not his place to give orders, Zhu Chang secretly knew that rival clans were closely watching them, so he could not admit any health issues right now. Qinli said he had already met Zhu Jingren's brother and sister, so he was taking his leave. He began walking away, but Zhu Jingren. He called him back, and Qinli immediately asked what was wrong and if he needed any help. Zhu Jingren explained that his brother simply had a terrible temper with everyone. Don't take it personally, he added, trying to reassure him. It was fine, and Zhu Chang probably just had some deep personal issues. Zhu Jingren thanked him for being so understanding before mentioning his busy schedule today. He suggested meeting another time, leaving Qinli to wonder if Zhu Chang was hiding something. Perhaps that was the real reason the man refused any kind of medical treatment. Walking around later, Qinli figured Zhu Chang had been inside for quite a while now. There should be nothing to worry about, but of course, peace never lasts long here. He spotted a strange, dark aura and wondered why this place carried such a sinister vibe. He had no idea a highly dangerous force was lurking deep inside the Zhu family mansion. He suspected this dark presence was tied to black fury, cursed pillars, or dark acacia wood. Peeking inside one of the rooms, he discovered Master Zhang lying silently on a bed. A dark fog swirled. Qinli immediately recognized an evil spirit formation. He pulled out his special needle and began to purge the corrupt energy right away. As he worked, he noticed this dark formation felt exactly like the one at Zhang Ran's hotel. It made him wonder why these sinister things kept popping up so frequently lately. He recalled his master's ancient teachings, knowing that everything always follows a pattern. Fortunately, his master had trained him in all kinds of ways to dismantle formations. The moment he located the core of the dark entity, Qinli struck without hesitation. With a swift, direct hit, the dark mist shattered completely. He had to admit the creator was skilled, but Qinli was incredibly proficient himself. His years of practice paid off, but he still wondered how Master Zhang got caught. He wondered how the old man got trapped here, then checked his weak pulse. It was incredibly lucky he found him when he did, pulling out his special needle. He gently placed it on Master Zhang's forehead, purging the remaining corrupt energy. The elderly master slowly opened his eyes, asking who was there as Qinli calmed him. Qinli explained he was simply one of the guest doctors attending the birthday banquet. Master Zhang gasped. He was stunned to almost die at his own party. Qinli confirmed his identity and reminded him that everyone was waiting outside for his banquet. The old man sighed heavily, devastated by the betrayal of those he trusted. Qinli gently asked what he meant by that, prompting the old man to explain. He revealed that if it was not for his own son, he would never be in this state. Qinli understood, mentioning that Zhang Le and his family had truly hoped to help him. They harbored no grudges whatsoever and had spent days searching for a cure. Their only wish was to finally return to the main Zhang family in peace. Master Zhang nodded, realizing he could not hide the truth from this perceptive young doctor. He admitted he wanted to welcome Lim and Xia Jun's families back, but his health was failing. The dark spirits had paralyzed his legs, leaving him skeptical of any full recovery. Qinli silently considered deploying the third layer of his specialized cyanide needles. Simply recovering basic consciousness would be easy enough, Qinli suggested. Master Zhang looked up, asking if he was implying a complete physical recovery was possible. Qinli smiled, clarifying that he was indeed talking about much more than just basic healing. The old man sighed, calling it wishful thinking since so many legendary doctors had failed. Qinli looked him dead in the eye, promising a complete, absolute recovery. Qinli offered him full recovery but proposed a bet, pulling out his special needles. He promised that if he succeeded, Master Zhang must welcome the banished family back. But if he failed, the old master could demand absolutely anything from him in return. Master Zhang found this highly intriguing and agreed, noting they still needed a proper event. To officially welcome the Lim family home, they would have to hold a grand ceremony. Soon, the family committee gathered in the private meeting room, led by Zhang Chongzi. He wondered why the patriarch looked so healthy and called this sudden meeting. And wanted Zhang Lim's family back. Master Zhang finally spoke to the group, explaining he had called this meeting because he intended to bring Zhang Lim home. Instantly, Zhang Xiaoying questioned his grandfather, asking if he had forgotten the past, or if his heavy illness was clouding his judgment. Zhang Chongzi immediately agreed, asking how they could welcome back a wrongdoer who had disgraced their name so easily. Another member agreed, stating their clan had never allowed such a ridiculous precedent. Master Zhang turned to Zhang Lim and asked him to explain everything. Zhang Lim stepped forward, addressing his uncle about the incident from back then. He urged everyone to take a close look at what Zhang Xiaoying sent. Everyone carefully read the documents. Still, Zhang Chongzi remained highly skeptical. Even if the patriarch wanted the family back, the elders doubted this evidence. They demanded a full review. Right then, Qin Li arrived to apologize. Explaining he had brought some forgotten documents, Zhang Xiaoying glared at him, asking who this outsider was, but Qin Li calmly presented the papers. They were secret records from young Master Zhang Zhen, meant for the family head. Zhang Chongzi demanded a review, wondering how an outsider had slipped inside. How could Qin Li bypass their elite bodyguards without being stopped? Master Zhang silenced the room, revealing he had personally invited Dr. Qin to stay. Zhang Chongzi stared in absolute shock, realizing the old patriarch was actually standing up. Master Zhang calmly smiled, saying his old wheelchair was no longer needed. Zhang Chongzi quickly faked joy, claiming nothing made him happier. But the old patriarch stepped closer, whispering a chilling reminder to him. He knew exactly what dirty secrets Zhang Chongzi had been hiding all this time. He ordered him to read the paper Dr. Qin had just brought over. Zhang Chongzi took the document and realized the old hawk had played them all. He had only been playing dumb. Master Zhang then asked for their thoughts. Zhang Chongzi gritted his teeth, suspecting Master Zhen's dark intentions. The Lim family could return, but it would definitely cost them. Nothing in this cruel world ever comes without some serious strings attached. An elder in red pointed out that nobody had achieved martial mastery in decades. A bald elder added that, if their clan could produce such a master, they would instantly rise to the rank of a first-class elite family. A brown-haired woman admitted the Lim family had faced immense injustice, but stressed they still carried heavy responsibilities. A man in blue agreed, suggesting that if a new martial artist could restore their high status, no one would dare stand against them. Master Zhang then explained the truth. Becoming a junior martial artist was an incredibly rare feat for anyone. It took raw talent and 10 years of training. He turned to Zhang Lim. Zhang Lim discussed the martial arts level Little Jun had reached lately, noting, even though Little Jun was young and strong, it would take him about 10 more years to become a true martial artist. Just then, Zhang Jun arrived, asking Zhang Lim why they endured all this difficulty when it was highly obvious. They were being deliberately mistreated. Zhang Chongzhi interrupted, suggesting it was because Little Jun seemed to be giving up on bringing his family back. Zhang Lim admitted it felt impossible to ever return to Beijing in this lifetime. Sometime later, Qin Li, Zhang Jun, and Zhang Lim sat down. Enjoying some tea, Zhang Jun expressed his absolute surprise at being handed the seemingly impossible task of finding a martial artist. Zhang Jun wondered if there was any other way besides finding a martial artist. Qin Li thought about the entire martial artist concept and then asked if they had ever heard of the serious gang. Zhang Jun was curious why he asked, and Qin Li replied that he had a minor scuffle with them at a bar. Zhang Jun wondered how he was still okay after meeting martial artists. Qin Li reassured him, saying nothing bad had happened since he was standing right there in front of him. He jokingly admitted he was not the brightest, and Jiang Lim then asked if that meant Qin Li was a martial artist. Qin Li said he was not totally sure, but he was curious about how strong martial artists really were. When people talked about them, Jiang Jun mentioned he had heard a friend talk about this stuff before. His friend had said that besides their own group, there was another community of people living right alongside them. He explained these were practitioners divided into 9 stages, the lowest level. Martial artist was apparently comparable to that young boy from the lion family. He added that according to his friend, a stage 3 martial artist could smash a big rock with one palm, and the power of advanced martial artists was just indescribable. He initially assumed those stories were just exaggerations. He wondered if those Tenling members were really as formidable. Qin Li replied they were not incredibly powerful, just a bit more skilled than regular folks. Jiang Jun followed up, asking if he could crush a boulder with his hands. Qin Li answered that he had not tried that, but reaching a level where he could break stones with his bare hands was not totally impossible. Jiang Lim then asked about any methods Qin Li might have to help them. He suggested that if they were interested in trying this, he had something that might be worth a shot. The scene then shifted to later that night. Jiang Jun was getting ready for bed when he noticed a strange smell. He wondered where it was coming from, noting it was already midnight and who would be in the kitchen at this hour. Meanwhile, Qin Li was in the kitchen busy preparing something. He commented on its quality, saying it matched the color and aroma of what the old man used to make for him. Jiang Jun enters the kitchen and questions what Qin Li is doing there. Qin Li hands him a bowl, telling him to look. Jiang Jun is confused, asking what on earth this stuff is, begging him not to say he pulled it from his body. Qin Li dismissed the idea. Jiang Jun sniffs the air and comments on the pleasant smell, asking about the source. Qin Li Yung Jun explains his dream of becoming a martial artist, recalling his past training days. Back then, his master would always refine special cleansing pills for him to take. As Yongjun happily eats, he notes how delicious they taste, prompting Qin Li to ask if he only took 2 pills. Yongjun shrugs, wondering why that matters. Confirming his dosage, he boasts about his strength, saying there is no need to be stingy. But Qin Li clarifies that Yongjun actually ate way too many at once, explaining they should have been paired with medicinal food. The next morning, Yonglin arrives, finding it highly unusual that Yongjun isn't around yet. Especially since it is still so early, he asks Qin Li for Yongjun's current location. Qin Li replies that Yongjun is likely still busy with his martial arts practice. A bit later, Yongjun groans, admitting he never expected those pills to be so incredibly strong. They nearly made him suffer all night. Qin Li quickly defends himself, pointing out he had no control over how many were swallowed. Meanwhile, standing right outside the door, Yonglin overhears their rather strange conversation. Yongjun tells Qin Li to keep going, still feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, Yonglin opens the door just as Qin Li begins massaging Yongjun, who asks what is happening. Qin Li explains he is clearing his meridians. Yongjun sighs, telling the others to leave. But Qin Li tells them they are nearly finished, adding that although using external force to extinguish the heat is incredibly difficult, Yongjun's body has now been completely refined. Yongjun asks if this means he is about to succeed. Qin Li explains it is not that simple. The pill only alters his physical body. His true talent will show during his upcoming training sessions. Yongjun eagerly urges him to stop waiting and start practicing. Right then, Qin Li's phone rings. He answers, thanking Zhu Jing. Yongjun asks if that call was from the Zhu family, wondering if it involves him. Qin Li replies that Zhu Jing invited them to a grand military banquet scheduled for this afternoon. Yongjun is completely taken aback, asking if the prestigious Zhu family really invited him to their banquet. Chin Li confirms this, asking what the catch is. Yong Jun explains. It is all part of the competition between Beijing's top families. Chin Li asks about the ring match, while Yong Jun wonders why Jui fears young Master Ju. Chin Li guesses it must be because of the powerful family. But Yong Jun reveals the family is just a front. Jui is actually terrified of Ju Jing, who became a legendary commander at a young age, and is an elite warrior who has secured 4 consecutive military banquet championships. Yong Jun realizes that attending this military banquet could let him rub shoulders with top-tier martial artists. Chin Li agrees, admitting he had absolutely no idea. Meanwhile, Ju Cheng is locked in a fierce fight. Easily tossing his opponent aside, Ju Jing and others quickly rush over to help him. They ask if he is all right, while a brown-haired girl wonders what happened to Ju Cheng. Another bystander points out he was defeated in just a few rounds, casting doubt on Ju Cheng's rumored strength. As level 4 martial artists themselves, they cannot fathom why such a massive skill gap exists between them and the commander. Everything seems secure. Right then, Chin Li arrives and spots Ju Jingren alongside Ju Ziu, supporting a wounded Ju Cheng. Ju Jingren begs his brother to hang on, since the military doctor should arrive any second. Chin Li asks what happened, and then Ju Jingren quickly explains that his brother was injured during a sudden martial arts duel. He asks Chin Li to examine him, but a stubborn Ju Cheng immediately insists that he is fine, brushing the injury off as a minor scratch. But Ju Jingren pushes back, seeing this as a great opportunity for Chin Li to demonstrate his exceptional medical talents, especially since he already knows how capable he is. Ju Ziu agrees with him, recalling how the doctor once saved her younger brother's life. Inspecting him, Chin Li notices a severe red mark on Ju Cheng's chest and recognizes it as a deep, lingering injury. He points out that while it should have been healed through careful meditation, the continuous fighting has now severely damaged his meridians. Ju Jingren asks if that means his brother was fighting while already carrying such a wound. Ju Cheng quickly shushes them, muttering that it is just an old injury not worth mentioning. Still, Ju Jingren is stunned, knowing how powerful Ju Cheng usually is. At that moment, Chin Li pulls out a specialized medicine and hands it over, explaining that these marrow cleansing pills can restore Ju Cheng's damaged meridians. So he should try it. Ju Cheng is speechless that Chin Li possesses such medicine, while Ju Jingren asks if this is the famous vitality pill. Ju Cheng recalls hearing that this specific medicine instantly revitalizes one's life force and repairs meridians, making it highly coveted in the martial world. He tried searching for it back in Beijing, but found absolutely nothing, making him realize Chin Li is a true prodigy for being able to craft it himself. Chin Li downplays the praise and warns him not to swallow it just yet, promising to write a proper prescription first. Ju Cheng nods gratefully, thanking him. Chin Li then looks toward the arena, wondering how long they have to wait for Chin Muse. Up on stage, Chin Muse boasts that he will keep fighting anyone challenging him. But if they remain cowards, he will accept their silence as an immediate surrender. Talk about pushing the limits. Now he is directly mocking the Ju family, prompting Ju Ziu to step forward, fiercely declaring she will fight him. Chin Muse mocks her small size, sneering that her fragile bones cannot withstand his power. He taunts her, saying 1 hit will crush her soul, and 2 hits will send her straight to heaven. Ignoring the threat, Ju Ziu steps forward to strike him, but Chin Muse keeps mocking her as the army's delicate flower. Ju Ziu lunges with a rapid kick, but the brute effortlessly catches her leg midair. He warns her that he shows absolutely no mercy to anyone before callously kicking her across the stage. As he rushes in to punch, Chin Li suddenly blocks the path, intercepting the blow effortlessly. Chin Li looks him dead in the eye, asking where he gets his confidence. He casually adds that he is curious to see if this loudmouth can actually back up all his big talk. Chin Li challenges him to survive a couple of rounds and then apologize, To Zhu Ziu for his disrespectful behavior, Qin Muse laughs, asking if he is seriously demanding an apology, but Qin Li retorts that the brute is simply eager to die. Zhu Ziu quickly warns Qin Li to stop, reminding him he is no match. For Qin Muse, watching closely, Staff Wang comments to Mr. Zhu, asking what kind of elite master they have brought in today. Mr. Zhu smiles, explaining that this young man is actually just a brilliant physician. Zhu Jinrun stood aside, his background still unquestioned. Meanwhile, Staff Wang thought the challenger, Qin Muse, had serious guts to dare challenge him. He hoped they could select a strong candidate for the chief executive position this time. On stage, Qin Muse growled that Qin Li had pushed him too far, no backing out. He declared heaven would show him a true warrior before charging forward to attack, but Qin Li just calmly, effortlessly stepped aside. Dodging easily, Qin Li then taunted him, asking if he enjoyed this little fight. He suggested that Qin Muse could not keep up with his speed. Before realizing that even with his own limited power, Qin Muse was nothing. Qin Muse swung a heavy kick, but Qin Li narrowly escaped. The foot slammed down, breaking the floor. Qin Li mocked him, "Is this your strength?" A soldier muttered that Qin Muse truly deserved his reputation as a level 4 powerhouse. Another soldier agreed, saying it was expected of the Qin family. Qin Muse lunged again, boasting that he could defeat his opponent easily with a single strike, but Qin Li caught his fist with one hand and countered, punching Qin Muse completely out of the ring in a flash. This shocking twist left everyone speechless. Talk about a complete shutdown. Staff Wang watched in silence, finding this young doctor highly intriguing. Shu Kang wondered who Qin Li actually was, since his own brother never mentioned him. He assumed he trained under a great master, but Qin Li downplayed the praises, telling them they were giving him far too much credit. He claimed to be an independent fighter, completely unlinked to any school. General Staff Wang of the Beijing military stepped forward, surprised by the young man's display. He admitted he had no idea Qin Li possessed interest in the military. He walked closer as Shu Kang and his siblings saluted. Qin Li bowed politely. Staff Wang asked if his brother will not employ him. Can he? Qin Li asked about the position, and Staff Wang confirmed that a prestigious leadership role was still completely open on his team. He wondered if Qin Li might be interested. Qin Li asked who he was. Shu Kang quietly revealed that the man was the Yangtze chief of staff. Qin Li greeted him respectfully, expressing his gratitude, but stated he was just a simple, ordinary doctor. Staff Wang warned him that such chances do not come easily, urging Qin Li to consider this invitation carefully. He explained that since Qin Li, an outsider, openly helped the Shu family defeat Qin Muse, things could get very dangerous for him if the rival family ever found out. Qin Li was left deeply puzzled. He asked what that meant. Staff Wang explained that this military banquet was actually a rare chance for the Yangtze army to recruit talented elite fighters. Since Qin Li defeated Qin Muse, he was now qualified to join and even become a commander. He would even be adopted into the family of Shu Kang, officially joining their ranks, but Qin Li hesitated, explaining that he was just a regular guy who deeply valued his personal freedom. He did not know about taking such a role, but Staff Wang quickly reassured him he had already set all necessary plans in motion. It simply was not safe for Qin Li to stay in Chongqing. Qin Li realized they never actually planned on giving him a job anyway. It felt like this mysterious man had already mapped out every detail. Sergeant Wang asked if he was refusing to serve in the military. Or maybe he thought the rank was too low. Qin Li hesitated. He viewed serving his country as a duty, but he needed to think. If he did not overthink it, attending the meeting would be harmless. But if things went sideways, he could always leave. Right then, Shashuani approached. She handed Qin Li a badge, congratulating him. Sergeant Wang smiled. He announced their job was finished, predicting they would meet again soon. Qin Li wondered what that meant. Meanwhile, Shu Jingren stepped forward. He mentioned he had been watching, praising Qinli's obvious talent. He then politely asked to examine a certain item. Qinli paused. He recalled his old martial arts, wondering if this was the destiny mentioned. He handed the object over to Shu Jingren, watching his reaction. He could not help but notice how much he resembled Master Qin. Shu Jingren warmly stated they would soon be family, offering him shelter. He wanted to know what Qinli honestly thought about staying in Jing. Qinli shrugged, replying it was no big deal, but there was one thing. He held a rather low opinion of Qinju, the former family head. He did not think Qinju was a good teacher, asking if they knew each other. Shu Jingren admitted he did not know him well, though they met once. Back then, he had desperately sought Qinju's medical help for his dying brother. Hearing this, Qinli immediately apologized for speaking so bluntly. Shu Jingren brushed it off with a smile, saying the past is past. Qinli then asked if he had any recent leads on Qinju. Shu Jingren recalled that judging by Qinju's fine clothes and sharp posture, he was certainly no ordinary man, carrying the unmistakable aura of a warrior. Unfortunately, he had not heard any news about him for a while. That is when Shu Kong chimed in, suggesting a way to track down Master Qin. The military badge in his hand might actually be the key. Intrigued, Qinli asked what kind of power this token actually held. Shu Kong explained that military badges have 4 tiers, from iron to gold. Anyone holding a silver rank or above gained unrestricted access to exclusive realms. These special privileges opened doors across the martial world. Qinli wanted details. He asked what kind of secret places they were actually talking about. Shu Kong mentioned a notorious warrior bar located right on Taping Road. To step inside and enjoy the perks, you had to meet level requirements. Every guest had to respect their rules. Rumor had it that elite fighters gathered there. They shared legendary secrets, but he had never stepped inside himself. Qinli realized if he wanted to find Master Qin, this bar was his best shot. Now watch, he would have to hunt for clues there. A few nights later, he arrived. A stern guard immediately blocked his path, ordering him to turn around and leave. Qinli silently flashed his badge, asking if this was enough. The guard froze in shock. He stammered that it was a commander-level military emblem. Qinli raised an eyebrow. He asked if he could enter, and the guard quickly bowed, letting him pass. The gatekeeper realizes that in all his years working here, this is the very first time he has ever seen such a high-ranking emblem. Qinli finally reaches the party. Entrance and steps inside. He spots Xiam casually lifting a dumbbell with just one finger, completely stunning everyone nearby. A guy with a pimple yells out about how incredible Xiam is, before a man in black chimes in, saying, "Lifting a weight like that is pretty much standard for a level 2. Martial artist." Qinli looks around and spots a photo of Qin Yu on the wall. Thinking the face looks incredibly familiar, just then, he spots another familiar face and calls out, asking if he remembers him, reminding him he is from the Sirius gang. Qinli offers the man a drink, saying it is great to meet him and introducing himself as a fellow Sirius gang member, the man, who turns out to be Kli, takes the beverage, thanking Qinli and mentioning it is his first time here. And he never expected to run into him. They shake hands as Kli compliments Qinli on defeating Qin Mu and becoming a commander. Qinli just gives a polite response. Inside his own head, Kli wonders if Qinli is truly as strong as the rumors say, especially since his dark power seems way stronger than when they last met, which should be nearly impossible. Kli comments on Qinli's unbelievably strong grip, thinking that if they could recruit him into the Sirius gang, they would have another top-tier member, even though his hand is quite hurting now. Qinli explains he still needs to find someone, so he must head out. Curious, Kli asks who he is searching for. Qinli explains he only knows the person's last name is Qin and that they are a martial artist, but They have been missing for ages. He admits he does not have much info, but is determined to find them, no matter how tough it gets. KLI agrees it will be hard with so little to go on, especially if the person is intentionally hiding. But he suggests there might be someone who can help. He tells Chinli to come with him if he trusts him. He leads Chinli to an elevator. Chinli, wondering where they are off to, asks about their destination. KLI explains he is taking him to meet someone who is exceptionally good at digging up private info and might be able to lend a hand. They step out of the elevator on a different floor, and Chinli asks if this is still part of the martial artist bar. KLI clarifies that it is way more than just a bar. He explains that when Chinli saw it from above, he was only seeing a small part. He goes on to explain that these are some of the serious gang spots spanning 10 whole floors. The lower you go, the tighter the security, but he has heard that martial artists below the 6th floor have moved to a different place to train. Opening a door, he welcomes Chinli to the serious gang's main base. Chinli realizes his first impression of the serious gang was completely off. This place is absolutely massive. KLI points out Zayung, identifying him as the person he mentioned. KLI tells Zayung that his friend here has some questions for him. Chinli greets Zayung and explains he is trying to find a martial artist named Chin, who seems familiar. He admits he does not have much info and asks if Zayung can help him out. Zayung realizes he is also looking for a martial artist with the surname Chin, which is quite a coincidence. Zayung asks if Chinli has any ideas about where this person might have been seen or what events they were at. Chinli recalls how the Jew family once begged him to rescue their young master. Zayung considers that a strong lead and urges him to pursue it. Chinli is skeptical, and honestly, can you blame him with so little info? Then he notices a badge on Zayung that looks incredibly familiar and asks to see it. Zayung quickly apologizes, explaining it is a highly personal item that cannot be touched. He cannot let anyone handle it, then asks if Chinli is also one of the 19. He asks if he knows Liangqing, and Zayung replies that everyone knows her. She was the star of the 19, but unfortunately, she recently passed away. Shocked, Chinli reveals he has been actively searching for those exact people. He asks if she might still be alive, then pulls out a photograph. He explains that she actually came to his private clinic for medical treatment. She was badly injured, but now she helps him run the entire facility. Zayung is absolutely floored, admitting she is far tougher than he ever imagined. He admits he promised to help her, but his schedule has been incredibly hectic. Wrapped up in his own issues, he never expected to cross paths with Chinli. Still, he wonders why she never tried to contact the rest of them. Zayung explains that his current boss has done a lot, making some things hard to discuss. Kawai quickly cuts in to reassure him, saying they are all brothers here. Chinli is a true friend who saved their ally, so helping him is right. Zayung agrees, noting that gathering concrete intelligence on this matter will take years. In fact, there might not even be many of the 19 still breathing. He grimly recalls how close he came to meeting his own end back then. Fortunately, he found an incredibly powerful boss, and now he is focused on revenge. He wants to expose the traitor, but this shadow group is highly elusive. Their only real leads are the commanding officer and a 9th-rank martial artist. This master is named Chinli, and Zayung has already run a background check. Chinli asks for the details, and Zayung explains the target's high standing. This individual holds a massive identity, likely the very man Chinli seeks. Unfortunately, all records on him are locked tight behind an advanced system. It is virtually impossible to crack quickly. Chinli asks what kind of security. Zayung reveals it is a classified security network run by the military. The Yangtze military owns it, making it virtually impenetrable to any outsider. Chinli marvels at how mysterious this target is, having such powerful military ties. He wonders who they could truly be, but at least he has a solid direction now. Cao nods in agreement, knowing exactly how difficult military firewalls can be. Still, he points out that nothing is truly impossible for a crew like theirs. After all, how did the serious gang earn their legendary reputation in the first place? Kawai proudly pulls up a screen displaying their highly advanced intelligence network. Staring at the data, Chinli realizes the serious gang is no ordinary crew. They are a massive underground syndicate boasting incredible, high-tier combat strength. Chinli expresses his readiness to assist, assuming the business terms are settled. Kawai, completely upfront as usual, explains that there are no strict conditions. He is just incredibly glad Chinli is around and wants him on their team. Chinli privately feels Kawai's motives are hazy, but his attitude seems real. So he gladly offers help, handling any legal favors they might need. With that, they shook hands and Kawai warmly welcomed him to the serious gang, but Chinli noted it was getting late and did not want to overstay his welcome. Still, Kawai insisted he stay as their guest, promising to share any new updates from their side. With that, Chinli left. Xiong immediately asked if this guy was really worth all their attention. Kawai simply clicked his mouse, asking how he thought. Chinli climbed this high through sheer strength and vision alone. After checking Chinli's records, he admitted the man was incredibly impressive, pointing out that even the powerful Zhu family respected him, let alone their own gang. Kawai knew the serious gang would absolutely need a heavyweight ally like him in the future. Soon after, Chinli shot King Ling a message, letting him know he found one of their old comrades and would arrive in a few days. He guessed King Ling would be thrilled, but then Zhu Xiu suddenly appeared out of nowhere and challenged him to a fight. He got startled and dropped his phone, but she caught it midair. She handed it back, telling him to take it. He asked why she was even here. She explained she traveled quite a distance just to find him. Checking his screen, he asked if something was wrong. She grabbed his hand, saying this was no place to talk, and urged him to follow her. Once outside, she begged him to pack up and leave Shang Jing immediately. Confused, he asked her to explain why she wanted him to do that. As he did not get it, she admitted she feared her Zhu family would suffer consequences from his clash with Chinmu, but he promised her that he would protect the Zhu family from any blowback. Still, she insisted. He was too young to understand how ruthless and underhanded the Qin family truly was to stay on top in Shangjing. This warning was for his own good. He apologized, stating he had heavy duties that kept him from leaving Shangjing anytime soon. Hearing this, she sighed and accepted his choice, promising not to press the matter any further. Then she secretly palmed a glowing, magical needle and proposed returning to the Zhu family mansion. Suddenly, Zhu Jingren showed up with another Zhu Xiu, completely shocked that Qin Li actually made it since his phone was dead. Qin Li was just as stunned to see two identical girls. Zhu Jingren stood completely frozen in confusion, wondering if there was a secret twin he never knew about. Zhu Jingren demanded to know why there were two sisters standing there. He stepped closer to the fake Zhu Xiu, asking why she came alone after promising to wait for him. The real Zhu Xiu screamed a warning to stay away from the imposter, guessing she was a master of disguise, but the fake Zhu Xiu confidently smiled, insisting she was the real one who came to meet Qin Lei to chat about how insane that recent military banquet had been. That was a clever trap. A high-tier combatant with face-changing abilities could easily steal anyone's identity in minutes, making them a lethal threat. No one was safe. Qin Li quickly recalled intelligence reports, showing that even the serious gang's intelligence had warned about rare fighters who could perfectly disguise themselves. Since this imposter infiltrated the Zhu family's secure banquet, she had to be an extremely dangerous assassin. Zhu Jingran holds back for now, completely unsure of what her real intentions are. He asks if she is seriously claiming to be his sister, but she just laughs it off. She leaks that he used to wet the bed until age 7, leaving him totally humiliated. Red-faced, he snaps, "Why is she spilling his private secrets in public?" She points out that the Ju family history is recorded in extreme detail. It is all in the records from birth, meaning anyone could easily look it up. Ju Jingran gets the point, but then both Ju Zia start trading childhood stories. They keep listing his childhood disasters, much to his absolute horror, as he tries to make them stop. Meanwhile, the first Ju Zia is shocked by how much the other knows about their household. The second Ju Ziu vows that whatever her rival is plotting, she will not let her win. Instantly, a wild brawl erupts and Qin Li jumps between them to break it up. He grips his silver needles in both hands, announcing, if they cannot find another path to the truth, they will have to do things his way. He apologizes for interfering. Ju Jingran then whispers to Qin Li about meeting his real sister yesterday. Meanwhile, Ju Ziu is confused. She feels no pain, only warmth. Her body feels completely warm and relaxed. Qin Li explains that without Miss Ju's damaged meridians from the military banquet, telling them apart would have been impossible. He checks her pulse, confirming that only the true sister bears this exact, unfakeable injury. This damage simply cannot be replicated. Exposed, the fake Ju Ziu glares at him, admitting she only wanted him to leave Beijing, but now he knows too much to live. Qin Li calmly points out that even without his intervention, she has been acting reckless. She smiles and admits it. Honestly, you have to respect her boldness. Suddenly, she whips out a hidden needle and lunges straight at Qin Li. But he blocks the strike and shoves her back hard. She instantly retreats, mocking his current strength and warning him that Beijing will chew him up. Qin Li watches her vanish, realizing he needs to get a lot stronger to survive here. Her incredible speed took him completely by surprise, proving just how dangerous she really is. Ju Ziu remarks that only elite martial artists from the hot summer region move like that. She wonders if there is a hidden connection between the Qin family and those underground factions. She promises Qin Li that the Ju family will investigate this matter thoroughly. Qin Li nods, admitting her combat power is far beyond his or Ju Jingran's. He turns to Ju Jingran, asking how they even managed to track him down. Ju Jingran explains that their eldest brother has an urgent matter but could not reach him. So they came looking for him. Ju Ziu heads to the car, suggesting, it is getting late, so they should go home and visit Big Brother's house. First thing tomorrow, up in a tree, the fake Ju Ziu watches them leave, reflecting on how she completely underestimated the young man's sharp instincts. Not only did he easily expose her, but he is already a 7th-level martial artist, since he is set on staying in Beijing. She decides to help him. Later, Ju Chang meets him and asks how his search for that person is going. Qin Li reveals he has solid info but still needs time. Ju Chang offers to help whenever he needs it. Qin Li thanks him, noting that young Master Ju is also looking for him. Ju Chang confirms this, asking Qin Li if he noticed anything unusual lately. He does not notice anything different. Qin Li wonders if he just stayed up too late, but Ju Chang insists he come over for a closer look. Ju Jingren watches them, thinking it is the first time he has seen his big brother act so friendly with anyone. Qin Li wonders if Ju Chang is talking about the Zizui pills effects, maybe even an imminent breakthrough. He asks if Commander Ju mentioned he was about to hit the 4th level, but Ju Chang quickly clarifies he was not talking about the scar on his face. Qin Li asks if the scar is not a good thing and what has got Commander Ju so worried. Guang explains that their trauma medicines hit the market, but their partners ended up recalling all of them. The problem is a super effective new medicine just popped up in Shang Jing and is basically taking over the whole market. Ju Chang goes on to say he even bought some himself and tried it out, which is why his face looks the way it does. He explains he is a traditional doctor and really wants to figure out the ingredients of this new medicine to make their own products better. He hands Qin Li a cream jar and makes a generous offer. Chinli can use any medicine they have, and there is a reward waiting for him, too, Chinli thinks Ju Chang is giving him way too much credit. He also wonders if using the Ju family's valuable ingredients to boost his own body and martial arts would be huge plus. He opens the jar, takes a sniff, and wait, this is incredibly familiar. The formula, it is the medicine he prescribed ages ago, Chinli tells him. He actually created the recipe for that ointment and had his wife make it before. Arriving in Shangjing, Ju Chang asks what he means by that. Chinli explains that if he is not mistaken, this product must be made and sold by his wife's company. Guang gets it and is totally amazed that Chinli could develop such an advanced scar medication at such a young age, but Guang is still a bit puzzled. Ju Jingren then asks if Chinli is really married, and Ju Chang chimes in, pointing out how young he is to be married. Chinli confirms it, saying he met his wife in college. They graduated together and then got married. He even adds that he is the son-in-law of the Ju family. Given Chinli's amazing work with the ointment, Ju Chang then proposes a favor. Chinli tells him to just say what is on his mind. Ju Chang explains that even though the Ju family makes all the military medications, some of theirs are not as good as what is out they're on the market, so he wants to ask Chinli to be their special medical consultant. He promises they are open to any conditions Chinli might have. Chinli replies that if his wife ever wants to expand her business into the Shangjing market, the Ju family will do everything they can to help. He stresses that he can set 3 conditions and they will stick to them, following all moral laws. Chinli thinks to himself that to achieve his goals and keep looking for Master Qin, he might need to stay in Shangjing and grow the business there. Chu Kaiyuang mulls over the situation, a martial artist with incredible strength and amazing medical skills. Given all that, their best bet is to try their hardest to get him on their side. He is worried about what could happen if they made an enemy out of someone like Chinli. He decides that accepting this crazy offer is a total no-brainer. He comments that Chinli is a really smart guy. A little while later, Chinli is sitting in at Yongjun's villa. Chinli gets a message from Xiaoyong saying he has arrived. Right then, Yongjun strolls in wearing shorts and casually wishes him a good morning. Chinli gives him a pretty weird look, which Yongjun notices before quickly covering his legs. He explains that those pills were way stronger than expected, leaving him feeling super hot. Chinli checks his pulse, noting that the critical time is almost here. He tells Yongjun that he plans to teach him some martial arts techniques today. Yongjun is incredibly eager, so Chinli shows him a stack of manuals. Telling him to pick one, as Yongjun reaches for a manual, he hesitates. He asks if practicing this crazy technique will actually make him lose his mind. Chinli reassures him and tells him to just keep focused on the training. Yongjun decides to give it a shot. Suddenly, Chinli opens the door and finds Xiaoyong waiting. Chinli asks what he is doing there, but Xiaoyong just shrugs it off. He tells Chinli to get in the car, leaving him wondering how Xiaoyong even found him. After a little while, they are both sitting inside the car, heading out together. Chinli points out that this does not seem like the correct road to the airport. Local airports are usually on flat ground, but there is nothing here but mountains. Xiaoyong simply explains that he is taking a shortcut to save them some time. But Chinli persists, saying this route still feels pretty off to him. He then asks if Xiaoyong managed to dig up any information about Master Qin's whereabouts. Xiaoyong mentions that Master Qin's trail is incredibly well hidden, with absolutely no traces. Chinli adds that there is always a chance the old master simply decided to vanish. Xiaoyong replies that he almost lost his only lead after a brutal encounter yesterday. He crossed paths yesterday with a highly skilled martial artist wearing a clever disguise. Chinli nods, admitting he has heard whispers of this mysterious figure before. That legendary figure vanished ages ago, making this sudden reappearance completely unexpected. Chinli starts putting the pieces together as he carefully reflects on the situation. From the tone of the voice, he realizes he is sitting with his attacker. This highly skilled warrior must have somehow disguised himself as Xiaoyong. Suddenly, the fake Xiaoyong asks Qinli to grab some eye drops from the glove box. Qinli pops it open, but instead of drops, thick smoke suddenly starts pouring out. The fake Xiaoyong quickly covers his nose, letting the toxic gas target Qinli alone. In seconds, the toxic gas completely knocks Qinli out cold as the car stops. The fake Xiaoyong removes his disguise and drags the unconscious Qinli into an old building. He thinks to himself that Qinli shouldn't blame him for taking such extreme measures. Believing that in time, Qinli will understand this was all for his own good. Soon, Qinli regains consciousness and immediately lunges forward, ripping off the imposter's mask. The fake Xiaoyong smirks, admitting he did not expect Qinli to actually see through his disguise. Qinli explains that the moment the imposter approached him earlier, he knew. His internal aura was way too similar to the person who mimicked Ms. Ju. Besides, the real Xiaoyong is definitely not foolish enough to show up without a disguise. The imposter admits he was too careless, but he is not backing down. Suddenly, a lethal strike is launched directly at Qinli. The attacker is blindingly fast, leaving Qinli with absolutely no time to dodge. Grabbing Qinli by the neck, he warns him not to blame anyone but himself. But Qinli secretly slips out a needle, preparing his counterattack. He says he never asked for his advice, so there is no reason to listen. He rams the needles deep into the imposter's hand, drawing fresh blood. Qinli realizes the imposter's right hand is completely out of commission, but the faker charges right back, slamming a heavy punch straight into Qinli's face. And throwing him backward, the imposter mocks him, calling it a nice try, but it failed. Qinli struggles to understand just how strong this guy is. Especially since his arm's energy is completely blocked, yet he still hits this hard. Deciding to cut the talking, Qinli prepares to unleash his actual magic. But as he observes his opponent, he senses a terrifying, heavy presence. An incredibly powerful aura, far surpassing his own. This is going to be tough. Knowing he is outmatched, Qinli scans the area looking for an advantage. The barren graves and surrounding hills make this the perfect spot for dark energy. The imposter decides to make a run for it, but then questions himself, asking if he is actually fleeing when everything is already within his reach. Qinli lunges to attack, but the imposter easily dodges and makes fun of Qinli for his total lack of self-respect. He begins to taunt him, asking if he is still struggling. Qinli stops, hiding a magical needle in his hand as he gets closer, then throws it right at him. At the same time, his magic summons the 7 deadly spirits to the field. They completely surround the imposter. Qinli explains that he only ran to lure him straight into the center of this formation. The imposter mockingly remarks that Qinli thinks a simple setup can actually bridge their massive power gap, but admits it is quite clever. Qinli replies that he just got lucky with this trick, succeeding entirely by chance, but the imposter is far from done. He confesses he underestimated Qinli, but notes that Qinli did the exact same to him, suddenly grabbing one of the deadly spirits and crushing it instantly. Meanwhile, the real Xiaoyong is tied up inside a dark car trunk, thinking the car stopped a while ago, meaning Mr. Qin likely did not crash. He must warn the boss immediately, so he struggles to reach into his pocket. Trying to retrieve his phone, his hands shake. Meanwhile, the battle rages on. The fake Xiaoyong repeats his warning, easily destroying yet another deadly spirit. Stunned, Qinli can only watch in horror, wondering how this is even possible. The imposter charges again, eager to push this kid to his absolute limits. He moves like a ghost, dodging everything with fluid, continuous motion before slamming Qinli back with a brutal punch, following up with a chest strike. He grins, promising to show him what a true warrior is capable of. Seeing Qinli's damaged chest, he knows the kid can barely even breathe now. Gasping heavily for air, Qinli gasps out, "Why not just kill him?" The imposter laughs, impressed that the kid still has a clear head after this. He admits his real objective is to permanently destroy Qinli's meridians and banish him from Shangjing once and for all. Qinli's mind races. Someone wants him gone. Could this be the work of the Qin family? The imposter raises his hand for the final, devastating blow, hoping that Qinli somehow survives it instead of just beating him to death. Right on cue, Ling King suddenly arrives on the scene, her face tense. Masked and dangerous, she hurls a knife at the imposter, but he warns her to stay away. He barks at her to back off, while Liang King screams for Qin Li to run. The fake replies that their interference only makes him want to crush them even faster. With a swift shove, he sends Liang King crashing right on top of Qin Li as his mask slips. The mask falls away. Qin Li gasps, completely shocked to see Liang King standing there. He steps forward, mocking them both since nobody is left to interrupt their little fight. The imposter smirks. He really wants to test Qin Li's true limits and drain his magic. He studies Qin Li, amazed that anyone with a ruptured Tanjong point could still stand. To possess this power makes him a genius. Both get ready to strike. The fake Xiaoyong admits he is impressed. But this is where his luck completely runs out. A heavy strike to the neck knocks Qin Li unconscious as the attacker leaves. He did all he could, leaving the rest to Qin Li as he retreats from the scene. Meanwhile, we shift to Zhang Zhen, who is currently busy practicing meditation. He wonders if he is correctly performing the martial arts moves taught by Qin Li. Something about the posture feels slightly off, so he decides to tweak it. He tries to correct his posture using a manual, but doubts start creeping in. He is not sure if he should stick to the original forms instead. He really needs to ask Qin Li, but realizes 7 hours have passed. Still, Qin Li has not made a single sound from inside his room. Inside, Qin Li is meditating, fully aware that the guy wanted him dead. He wonders why a cold-blooded killer would pass down all his power like this. Without refining this wild aura quickly, he might never find out the truth. Outside, Qingyin Chu suddenly shows up carrying a massive pile of packets. Zhang Zhen blinks in confusion, asking her what all this stuff is for. She explains that although doctors found nothing wrong with Qin Li, she is still worried. So she bought these extra medical supplies just to be absolutely safe. Zhang Zhen sighs in relief, glad his sister-in-law is so thoughtful. She asks if Qin Li has shown any signs of waking up. He notes that he kept watch the whole time with no strange activity. Suddenly, a violent burst of raw magic explodes right from Qin Li's room. Instantly, both of them freeze in sheer shock. Talk about perfect timing. Zhang Zhen panics, yelling out if this is some kind of sudden earthquake. The powerful shockwaves are definitely coming straight from Qin Li's bedroom. Qingyin Chu throws the door open and desperately asks if he is okay. Qin Li assures her he is fine, then asks what brought her here. She explains she got an urgent late-night call from Liang King. Their new miracle healing ointment is selling incredibly well here in Shangjing. She wanted to surprise him, but things took a pretty wild turn instead. Just then, Liang King grabs Zhang Zhen by the collar and drags him away. Zhang Zhen protests her rough treatment, while Qin Li apologizes for being too busy. Qingyin Chu sighs, pointing out he keeps doing incredibly dangerous things. She looks at him sadly, asking if he ever even thinks about her safety anymore. Suddenly, he clutches his chest and coughs up a splash of fresh blood. Terrified, she asks what is wrong, but he gently tells her not to panic. Qin Li asked to check things out himself first, and she agreed. He realized his raw breakthrough aura was still leaking out and needed refining. To fully merge this massive power, he still had to find those treasures. The mysterious old man once possessed. Meanwhile, she admitted she was worried she angered him. He quickly reassured her, saying it was totally fine and he had just overtrained lately. That was all. She then brought up how he helped Master Zhang Zhen take his very first steps into the martial arts world so the man could train. Seeing her interest, he asked if she wanted to start training too. She admitted that as his wife, she hoped to stand proudly by his side one day, especially since she had already decided to be his for life. He smiled and promised they would give it a shot. Later on, Qin Li slipped away while Qing Yin Chu was fast asleep and quietly made his way downstairs. He spotted Liang King and wondered why she was still up. She replied that she just left Xiaopeng's place. After sharing what they knew, she realized something. The tragic events in the 19th Division were far from simple. Qin Li warned her that the top brass only saw her as a glorified soldier, so she needed to stay far away from Shang Jing. She agreed, thanking him for watching her back. As he walked toward the exit, she asked where he was off to. He told her he had to check on that old man from yesterday. She offered to tag along, but he declined. He had his own way handling things. Meanwhile, over at the Qin estate, the guards were gossiping. One guard pointed out that only the family head could enter that locked chamber, and it was kept under constant watch. His partner nodded in agreement. Yet right inside that secret room, Qin Li was already flipping through books, realizing that the strongest master in their history only reached the 5th level. This meant the mysterious old man likely had zero connection to the family line. Just as he was about to give up, he noticed a hidden note tucked inside one of the volumes. Master Qin had actually planned out this entire scenario years in advance. The message promised to reveal everything once Qin Li climbed to the absolute peak of his martial arts training. Think about it, is there actually a level beyond the 9th tier? Suddenly, Qin Muse and his father walked by the corridor and greeted him warmly. Qin Muse eagerly asked if Staff Sergeant Wang had shared any details about the fighters participating in the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Qin Li shook his head. Sensing his odd mood, Qin Muse asked what was wrong. Qin Li pointed out that the books were misplaced, suggesting an intruder had snuck inside. For a second, Qin Muse panicked, thinking his own secret was out. But Qin Li was talking about a completely different person. Relieved, Qin Muse confessed that he was the culprit, having snuck in yesterday to find some martial arts manuals. His father immediately scolded him, telling him to stay out of the secret room since there were dangerous things he should never touch. Qin Muse quickly agreed. Changing the subject, Qin Li pulled out a scroll and said he would deliver this painting to Staff Sergeant Wang tomorrow morning. That way he could ask about the tournament face to face. Qin Muse simply nodded. Qin Li raised an eyebrow, asking him what he wanted to say. He had heard that their grandfather left behind a few rare elixirs, powerful pills meant to rapidly boost a martial artist's rank. Qin Li wondered if it was a legendary cleansing pill. Qin Muse's father confirmed the rumor, saying their grandfather truly owned one of those pills. Qin Muse then suggested that if this pill was so powerful, why not let him try it? But Qin Li explained it was only a half-finished formula loaded with dangerous side effects, which their grandfather had actually destroyed before anyone could take it. But Qin Muse suspected that Qin Li might not even know the truth because it was hidden away. They soon left the secret room. Qin Li then asked if she was looking for something too. Juwani, who was also hiding in that secret room, quietly confirmed it. She admitted that she did not think Commander Qin Li could find it, considering how well it had been hidden away. Qin Li recognized the lingering scent as Qin Muse's. He quickly apologized for any offense. Suddenly hearing a noise, Qin Li moved closer to her, whispering not to make a single peep, warning that they could both get caught. Moments later, he spotted Qin Muse in the room and wondered what the guy was trying to achieve by sneaking around. Qin Muse pushed some books aside, muttering that he finally managed to get the old man to leave. Spotting a small vase, he realized his father tried to trick him, claiming the medicine was gone. Smart move being this careful, he figured. Minor side effect was no big deal if it made him stronger. Maybe it was just a lie his grandfather made up to keep all the power for himself. He popped the pill, swallowed it, and screamed. It was pure fire. Instantly, he transformed into a hideous monster. Chinli watched in absolute horror, wondering what kind of pill could force different genes to merge with Chin Muse. Meanwhile, the monster felt a sudden, terrifying rush of power. Feel the power so soon. Meanwhile, someone asked if he wanted them to answer his calls. Chinli grabbed Shu's hand. Run, he took off, shouting at her to keep up. Chin Muse was right behind them. Chinli knew he could not show his true identity yet. If he did, everything would be ruined. Behind them, the monster roared that he would kill them. As they ran, Shu remembered the old man's orders to hide a paper in the family estate, which was supposed to lead to their meeting. She could barely believe it was actually happening. Chinli told her to stop running and stay put. They rounded a corner onto another street as he pushed her to hurry, but her foot twisted in her panic and collapsed. Game over, she thought. She also remembered Godfather's advice that if she could successfully take over this target, boosting her cultivation would be incredibly easy. Catching her breath, she told Chinli that he was just running way too fast and she could not keep up, but he replied that they were not the only fast ones. That was too close. They barely managed to dodge his devastating attack. The beast wondered why Chinli had appeared when he was not even looking for him. He noted how incredibly fast Chinli had caught up, wondering if the man had taken those forbidden, power-boosting drugs Godfather once talked about. He also wondered why she was with Chinli, perhaps acting on Officer Wang's orders. He reminded himself that he still held all the cards, so he could not upset Officer Wang. Just yet, suddenly the beast growled, asking where those targets had vanished to. Shu realized he could not see them, wondering if this was the dangerous side effect the family head warned about. Chin Muse demanded to know where they went, trying to break away, but she quickly slapped him hard, leaving him roaring to know who dared strike him. She realizes he isn't faking his reaction. Suddenly, he sprints away in another direction, shouting back, "If you two are so incredibly strong, then don't run." The pair simply stand there, watching him escape. Chinli recalls his past closeness with Officer Wang, asking her why on earth she's keeping company with him. She suggests Chinli shouldn't pry, adding she hasn't seen him tonight anyway. He nods, fine, since she put it that way, he won't push. She praises him, saying she likes smart guys. Right then, her phone starts to ring. It is the Godfather. She promises him she'll head straight back immediately. Chinli then speaks up. Chinli tells her to go ahead and inform him before bringing up Officer Wang's original request. She admits she might have to drag him along. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chin Muse furiously swears that one day, everyone who dared to make him angry will pay. The scene shifts to the military base, where Chinli arrives and overhears their conversation. They're talking, wondering if that guy took some forbidden drugs before speeding away. Chin Muse spots him. Finally, Commander Chinli is here. They've waited ages. Juwani, noticing his face, asks what happened to him. He quickly lies that he had so many documents. Yesterday, he somehow slapped himself, begging them not to mock him. Commander Wang laughs, telling his niece Juwani to stop teasing the poor guy. Everyone is here. It is time to get down to business. He tells Chinli that the elites gathered here are Shang Jing's absolute strongest fighters. The chief has officially decided these four will represent Shang Jing in the massive martial arts tournament held next month in Tianai City. Chinli asks about this tournament, and Commander Wang confirms the details. It is real, and this year's scale will be grander than anything before. He is highly confident that with Commander Chinli leading the team, first place is guaranteed. Meanwhile, the commander thinks to himself that Chinli likely already knew he wouldn't refuse this. He continues, announcing their representatives have now been officially chosen. In the past, he was satisfied with just letting them practice. But this time, he is truly aiming for the absolute top spot. Juwani then asks if there is something extra special about this trophy. Commander Wang reveals he heard the grand prize is an incredibly rare and extremely valuable secret herb called the Fire Saint Lotus. Chinli asks about it. instantly realizing this is the legendary precious herb needed to jumpstart his spiritual energy cultivation. Commander Wang asks what is wrong, but Qinli quickly laughs it off. He claims he simply hasn't heard of such an herb and felt curious. Commander Wang then remembers Qinli is also secretly a godly medical expert. So naturally, he would be interested in rare herbs. Qinli then turns to Juwani. Asking for her thoughts, calling him team leader, she explains that she is the weakest here, being only a third-ranked martial artist. She slyly asks how he plans to personally train her before the big fight. He agrees, suggesting they schedule a meeting for the whole team to plan. Commander Wang tells Qinli that his daughter is now in his capable hands. Qinli nods. Meanwhile, Juwani secretly thinks that he will soon belong to her. Completely, later that night, Juwani unexpectedly shows up at Qinli's home, knocking on. A loud knock suddenly echoes at Commander Qinli's front door. Lion King quickly puts her dagger down and opens the door wide. She asks the visitor who she is looking for. Zhu Xuani steps inside, asking for Commander Qinli. Lion King is startled, thinking since when her boss joined the military. Besides, this strange visitor looks incredibly familiar for some odd reason. She asks her again, but a sudden noise stops her. Loud, muffled shouting suddenly echoes from the room right upstairs. Qin Yanchu cries out upstairs, begging him to be gentle. Hearing this, Zhu Xuani gets excited by the captain's wild side. But upstairs, he is actually just helping Qin Yanchu stretch her muscles. He asks if she is okay, and she gasps that she is. Downstairs, the visitor whispers that their leader is absolutely amazing. After a brief pause, the couple heads directly into the upstairs bathroom. He gently guides his aching wife into a steaming hot tub. Soak and relax, he bids her farewell, leaving her to soothe her sore body. As he walks down the stairs, Zhu Xuani immediately spots him. Done already, he quickly demands to know why she is in his house. She just smirks, forcing him to quickly defend himself from her gaze. Suddenly, Qin Yanchu appears holding the papers he had forgotten upstairs. Zhu Xuani stares, never expecting him to like someone like her. Qin Yanchu playfully pinches his back, whispering to ask who this visitor is. While he checks the files, the two women lock onto each other with intense glares. Sensing the incredibly heavy tension, he quickly introduces his beautiful wife. He then explains that Lion King works at his clinic. Finally, he introduces Zhu Xuani as a local tournament competitor.